Welcome, everybody, to Proving Grounds 14, the best way to spend your Friday night on 6/9/2023. Had to get that one out of the way quick. Brush, I apologize if that joke was a little under the table for you, but this should be a fun night for real.
Oh, absolutely. We're jumping straight in here to our first round tonight on stream. Secret Elixir versus Helios. Secret Elixir here, 9, straight off of a Hammerhead SOS win this Wednesday. So a team that has been typically, fighting in the upper levels of low ink. Here they are after a big Hammerhead W, fighting it in Proving Grounds.
Well, this is exactly what Proving Grounds was created to do. It's if you are winning some of these other bigger events like your low inks, like your SOS during the week, it's a chance for you to really cut your teeth against some of these stronger teams. So it's always good when the pipeline fully functions all the way through. And real quick, I do just want to note for anybody who's not familiar with the Proving Grounds format, you're going to get some nice best of fives all the way up through. Eventually, we're going to move on to only our top 4 bracket at the top portion where things change a little bit, but you'll have a new group of casters for that portion, and they can explain those rules for you. We're just going to simply show you what the stages are right here, right now.
We're starting it out on Clamblitz Humpback Pump Track, which for some reason 9 has given us an unknown stage warning there. But that's all good. It has been added, it sounds like, to our back end, the new Splatoon 3 maps from the new season here. But Humpback Pump Track, a familiar map, I think, for all these players, it being very popular in Splatoon 2.
Yeah, kind of bizarre, again, that we're, of course, seeing it here in Clamblitz, which is one of the maps, I think, maybe one of the more intriguing ways to play your Clamblitz matches, especially given the little back and forth that I'm sure we'll see here where you can get big scores, get back to the middle, and grab the pods. But taking a look at it here, we've got one team bringing out my favorite weapon from the new patch here. We got a little Anarchy Splatter Shot Nova, and boy, oh boy, this weapon is fun as long as you don't try to fight anybody with it.
Pink check coming out early on the left side, and that's going straight into a crab, so they're going to end up 2 down. That is Helios there, and that's going to open up the door for Secret Elixir to get a great push moving here. That's just what they do as this basket cracks open.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about earlier, where it is very easy to run back into the middle. There are 3 clam pods, if you will, that spawn right there in the middle of the map, so you can jump back, go there. As we see, it looks like a couple of members of doing OBT going to run, grab one, mostly to score this point as a formality to give themselves more opportunities. And right now, it doesn't appear that they're closing the deal here. They're now back and attacking, scoring even more points. There were 2 down at a certain spot there, Brush, and yet they have not managed to fully stop this push. Time ticks away, and it does appear that the bleeding has stopped. But 38, 1 minute into the game, what an opening.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about having a map that maybe you're less familiar with, you haven't been grinding out in these scrims, is that being able to understand when you can drop back down, being on the back foot, being on the defensive there like Helios was, it's so much harder to find an opportunity. But a beautiful pick from Twig there on the member of Red Sun. Nico's going down, and that's opening the door once again for Secret Elixir.
Yeah, that was absolutely disgusting. There aren't too many players that find that, but Twig has 1 speed and 1 weapon to play it at. So now Twig moving forward here. It's so nice. We're so used to seeing 1 weapon able to hold an entire side here on Humpback Pump Track. We've been saying it for a few games now. If you have a weapon with a wall or with some sort of sustainability on that side, it throws a wrench in everything that you're trying to do. A hard punch onto Jarence there, but all the distraction to open it up through the walls come tumbling down, and they have been spending this entire game, Brush, simply trying to fight back into mid. Some more scoring coming through here, but right now one team clearly playing at a faster pace, and that team is Secret Elixir.
Yeah, I mean, just a great job keeping the pressure and keeping the momentum up. You don't see Secret Elixir backing all the way up. Jarence here on the back foot, putting paint down behind, but the rest of their team is still in mid, still keeping space, making sure Helios can't move back in. So Helios is going to have to burn a special here just to even take mid or get a couple picks.
That was very nice. And I was going to say Sorella here on, oddly enough, a weapon that does not have Sorella in the name. The ballpoint Splatling really has to be the catalyst for this, because a lot of their weapons up front are great at snowballing and getting into the opponent's blind spots, attacking from there and breaking through, but they don't have a lot of good, honest fighters on their team. So they really need the ballpoint Splatling to be what gets a pick, creates some space, and opens things up. You can saw that's what opened up that push, but as soon as they went down, there wasn't a lot of sustainability, not a lot of follow-up, and that's really the obstacle they're going to have to answer here in the back half of this game.
Secret Elixir looking to put this thing to bed. That's 2 specials online as Soda grabbing that ball. Foot of unable to find a pick with that Inkjet. They're actually going to go down now, leaving a 4v2 situation with the Killer Whale online. So are those Ink Strikes. Opening the door, Secret Elixir here. They've got a ton of clams. They just got to find a little bit more space on the front side.
Yep, space, exactly what they have. Jaren's nice job working through, and they score another one in. Just a couple more clams to do it. Only 2 more now at this point. We'll see if they try to get cheeky with it or if Twig simply backs up with Soda and tries to hold on to the map. It appears that's what they will do here. Not want to give away too much of the advantage that they have joined for the whole portion of this game. And again, once again, I'm not really sure how they break through against this type of comp. It's simply too flexible for them to do. They need some sort of an unforced error, a few more bombs in order to break through. But again, just one fight, it seems like they fall apart, Rush.
Yeah, and once again, we're back in this awkward neutral situation, right? You're waiting for the ball point. We're waiting for them to make a play and find an opportunity in, but it's so difficult when everyone is able to just back up, say, hey, we've got, what, 70 points to your 20? You've got no choice to go in. You have to make it, like, have to make a hero move. That's exactly what Helios is trying to do now.
Yep, great job there moving through here. When you have double Inkjet, you need one of those Inkjets to be the scene threat so that these other weapons can start to move through and create the snowball there. Not a bad thought there trying to go for Soda, but Soda did a fantastic job of holding position, not backing too far up, which is exactly what the brush wants you to do. Now Jaren's going to do exactly what we have seen for the entire duration of this game. Go ahead, use a crab tank, open it up for the rest of the team. Just a couple more clams to put it to bed. With 20 seconds left, they are nickeling and diming their way through. Again, barely holding on. Twig gonna throw the wall out, say, come to me in mid, make the miracle play happen. I don't think you can pull it.
Yeah, I mean, what a great call by Twig there to back up, not try to feed for that one clam, because now what Helios has to do is they have to find a push here that gets 78 points on the board, and they're going to try here, overtime moving in, not able to find the first ball pick as they go 2 down. Soda doing a great job holding that bunker, not allowing anyone through, and time's just about going to tick away here as Sorella goes down.
Yeah, an admirable attempt here at the very end of the game to make it through, but an admirable attempt is all it will be as Secret Elixir, a very comfortable victory. We kind of teased a little bit earlier on in that game that it is not uncommon to see teams on this particular map and mode score a ton of points on the front end, but go 4 down, give up all of mid, and then the opponent gives it right back to them. But whether it be 1 or 2 players sitting back or the struggles that we talked about with Helios's comp, never really got out of hand for Secret Elixir in that game. Very sharp play. Some great work there from the members of the team. And, you know, understanding, again, the advantages that their composition would have. They've got some traditional fighters, some real stand-up fighters where they don't have to come at you from a surprise angle or from behind you or from a blind spot or anything like that. They can simply shoot at you, walk forward, continue shooting at you, and say, do something about it. But of course, Clan Blitz, not every team jives with it. Not every team jiving with that map. This map and mode, Splat Zone's Mako Mart, if you don't jive with at this point in the series, come on now. You're not too serious about the game, I would argue, if you haven't done it here.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those map modes we see over and over and over again. So Secret Elixir, right, able to play the space, able to play the slow, dragging that game out. That gave them a ton of points. That meant that they were able to force Helios to make the play to go in. Splat Zones, though, is a little bit different because instead of a moving objective, instead of having to deal with balancing the clam economy and cracking that basket open, there's a whole aspect of you're staying in one spot. And that makes the organization of a pushback in a lot easier here for Helios.
Well, you also see that Nico has gone over to a weapon that does a pretty good job of helping push back in, which is that Splash-O-Matic. And I do like the choice here as well. It's just going to give him one more opportunity to create a pivot point from an off-balance situations, right? Instead of needing your Inkjet or your Backlander to get a nice pick to get the ball rolling here, you have a little bit more in your pocket to make it happen here. I like it. One clean shot there. With players are getting so good with Inkjet now that it's come back here. It doesn't help that it got buffed, and shots like that will also clean the job up with the indirect of 50. All the while, though, it appears once again that Secret Elixir has all the answers here after what I thought was a pretty earnest opening from Helios.
Yeah, I mean, you saw them pop a super early Ink Strikes, and that looked dangerous, but what it did is it forced Helios around and forced them together. They all got stuck on that left side stack, and that meant that the Inkjet, despite finding picks, didn't have anywhere to move afterwards. So finally now, Helios getting control, moving back in, but not before half the points are gone in favor of Secret Elixir.
Yeah, this is the important part. Twig has given the team a great option on that other side. It's really a darned if you do, darned if you don't situation where you all move away from one player there. You think that that one player can't change too much, but then that one player becomes the beacon that the entire enemy team gets back in for free on, and now suddenly you're stuck in an awkward position. It's one of those unique interactions that is truly only made when you have a great grasp of where the opponent is on the map. Now double jetpack coming in, trying to create some space. Would love to get a couple of these picks here. They are able to get through Twig in the scuffle, but these are a lot of trades. And yes, they will take the zone, but I think there was a lot of meat left on the bone there. If they've been able to take their opponent's box and get one of those picks cleanly, it would be a much better spot. Instead, Helios gonna have to make it done a little more of the honest way.
A lockout not long held for Helios here. Secret Elixir moves in. Kite finding a nice big pick on Twig, though. Twig, that's going to make it a lot harder for you to push back in if you're Secret Elixir. Kite now moving around with that Spider-Man special, finding another one they're looking for. An OBT not quite able to find the pick. And actually throughout all of that scuffle, Secret Elixir holds the cap, and they're steamrolled through their penalty points all the way down to 48 here in this 2v2.
Yeah, right now, everything coming up for Secret Elixir there. All of these fights, again, just not able to cleanly finish them there. Nico was waiting that entire time to clean it up. Instead, the other members turn around. When you have a Shark or a spot there where you're just a touch inactive and then you move up and you don't get anything off of it, that's a lot of time that takes away. Now Nico going to try to come in. Really, all that can be done now is throw yourself at the zone and try to build the special. In the process, they do have one down. They're firing at the zone. They neutralized the zone. They're moving through, trying desperately to close it out. But even in that scenario, Brush, just not enough. Secret Elixir hiding people at the right spot, attacking at the right spot, throwing a wrench every single time. It looks like Helios has something built. And they will take a 2-0 lead here in our first set.
Yeah, and a 2-0 lead, I think, certainly coming in, I think, to some folks' analysis as an underdog here. I mean, a low-level team, no doubt. So huge 2 games for them there. And I don't know about you, Nine. They looked dominant to me. That did not look like a fight where Helios knew quite what they were doing. They felt, I think, a little bit like all over the place, scattered around the map. And that is no doubt thanks to, I mean, Secret Elixir's ability to play aggressive. We saw them pushing up there on that lockout, taking space, and making sure that there was no breathing room if you're Helios.
Yeah, moving quite well. There's so much to say about a team that can play off of their teammates' fights, right? We had that whole nice conversation after the most recent Splat World Championship about how comms are too slow. We just have to simply go faster, faster, faster. Everybody trying to speed up their game in any way that they can. And when you are always keeping track of where your teammates are fighting, it does slowly but surely create ways for you to assist them, well, faster, to use the same term that I just spit out about 5 times. But it's not easy to see teams kind of come into that jazz style where you improv and play off of what your teammates are doing. So to be able to see that from if you hadn't told me that this was a low ink team coming into this, Brush, I would have not suspected it, because they're moving well, they're attacking well, they're clean, they're finishing their fights quickly. And even in situations where the opponent has a better position than them, they're finding ways to keep one person left up, attack from either side. We talked about the super jumps in on the left side of Mako Mart that time, making the best of a bad situation. And that's not so easy to pull off and execute, and they're doing it perfectly.
Talk about speed. We're going straight in here to game 3. Secret Elixir looking to close this thing out in this best of 5 in a mode, I think, 9, that you might say is a little bit slower. That tower slowly marching its way through mid.
Well, the mode might be the one thing that can finally slow Secret Elixir down, because certainly Helios hasn't quite been able to pull it off thus far. I will give Helios credit, though. They're sticking to their guns and their, well, maybe not guns, brushes, as it were, on certain respects here from Kite. But listen, they have a game plan that they like here. They're going to be rocking that double jetpack the entire time, and clearly they think that that's going to give them the best opportunity here. And, you know, to their credit, thus far, it's been pretty smooth here. They haven't lost any major map control at the time. Of course, you know, commentators curse, as we say, you get run over. There is nowhere left to run. And it's getting a little ugly, Brush. I'm gonna be honest.
So 3 down now in favor to Secret Elixir while that first checkpoint falls. Helios able to find a pick, but it's not going to last long as that player is back on respawn. Jarence popping that crab, though. They don't see Kite behind them. Popping, moving in, trying to find the pick on the crab. Not able to quite find it yet, but Terrence is down. Forced to back up, and finally Helios able to stop this steam train. If I speak too soon, Fuda going down with Secret Elixir. No, they're going. They're gunning it in a 3v1.
This is unbelievable. I mean, this is the whole set in a nutshell right here. That entire time, this push should be done. Why? How is the tower still moving? How is it still moving? There were 4 chances to close it, and now Jared's comes back. Nico couldn't close the deal. OBT finally down, but again, they won fights ahead. Now the jumps come back in. Poor Nico, who started in front of the tower, is now all the way behind it. Jared's now dancing around with a crab saying, finally, somebody stop this tower, please. Surely it's done now. There's no way back in. You have to swim the middle. This push is done. We can say it with confidence.
And Secret Elixir already back in mid. After all that 9, after all of these jumps, I feel like I'm watching Splatoon 1. And somehow Secret Elixir is back in mid and finding picks, popping specials, and moving forward in a squid advantage right now.
Yeah, this is the tough thing, right? Because they didn't take any turf to get back to middle all those times, they were able to all build up their specials as they were simply swimming back to mid. It's that much more difficult. Helios is like, okay, finally, they're going to be... Oh, no. Well, we're going to look past that one there. Yeah, things not coming up for Helios right now. That's kind of what we're getting at.
Secret Elixir with 1 checkpoint left on a tower control map, sometimes that we don't see past the first checkpoint. They're steamrolling forward now, and another player advantage, that Killer Whale online, and Twig doing a great job taking this important spot in the top left.
Again, more fall-off shots here. Poor Nico, absolutely nowhere to run. They've actually done a pretty good job here, I think, of slowing this down for the time being. That's the person that you would want there, Futaba. Using that inkjet, you'd love to have your ballpoint up in the exact position that Sorella is at, but all the while taking a little bit too long to close the deal means Twig was able to rotate back over and is now moving forward there. No time wasted. Soda, if nothing else, is going to be able to build special and be a great spot for more jumps when the time arises, as we imagine Twig will probably jump back in here pretty shortly. It feels like it's like 7 minutes have passed in this game, and yet suddenly now it's only 3.
I really appreciate how Secret Elixir is playing this push, though. They didn't back up more than they needed to. They held this choke point. They held this bunker, which means, watch it again. We've seen this so many times. Helios has to pop specials to get to mid. Secret Elixir, though, on the other hand, has their specials ready, able to pop them, able to take skill, and we're stuck in the same neutral we were 20 seconds prior.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's neutral until you look at the scoreboard, right? When you realize all of these plays are being forced out of Secret Elixir, or forced out of Helios here, who simply has no choice but to use all these resources in suboptimal positions, because there is no other choice. So as we move now in to the last minute here, all of the players of Secret Elixir in relevant power positions trying to attack here. Kite goes to a pretty good spot and fires away at that crab. Will at least knock it out, but the problem is no follow-up beyond that. They will finally get rid of Twig, who is making their life so difficult. But turns out there's 2 other members of Secret Elixir, and in an absolutely dominating fashion, our 15 seed gets the win over their opponent.
I need to know what they're sipping on. I need to know what that Secret Elixir is, because, oh my, steamrolling even our 15 seed, as you called him. Like, totally dominant here over a team with some players I think that are very strong in the overall Splatoon world. So some really great stuff from Secret Elixir. They're able to just, I mean, pounce, keep the pressure, keep the momentum, and keep the energy going as they win this set 3-0.
And you know, to kind of harp a little bit on this whole concept of speed and faster, I talked quite a bit to Kyo after that Splatoon World Championship event and said, okay, so what makes it feel faster? And Kyo said they were always attacking. And we talked a little bit more. It wasn't quite that simple, but when you take somebody out and you move forward to close it out, there was one lovely situation towards the end of that last game where there was a fight that was happening. I don't even know who it was between. I think maybe Twig was the person who was swimming forward and one of Twig's teammates was fighting a member of Helios. Twig took a look over there and then stopped looking at it. Instead, started to look even further forward, knowing that pick was already secured, could trust it there. And those few seconds meant that Twig could get into another power position to attack. Yes, the game was functionally over at that point as well, but if you need one little snapshot to tell you how Secret Elixir is playing, how strong it looks, there you go. That's all you need to see.
Yes. Absolutely. And I mean, Secret Elixir, one thing we saw from them as well is like their ability to take those positions, talk about speed, but quickly. So it wasn't just that they were getting to a strong position, or it's that not even that they were getting and finding their fights really well. It's that they were able to do both at once, right? So finding that they were in a 4v3 situation, finding that they had this advantage, and immediately going, okay, we just need to run to bunker. That's the only thing we need to focus on. We need to move there, and we need to move there quickly, so that way the tower has room to move. And that was a thing we saw throughout all of them, I think, games there. Splat Zone's Mako Mart taking those stacks, Clamblitz, Humpback Pump Track, able to take room in bunker.
Yeah, taking room, getting to the space that you need. It's funny, as you kind of go through your study of Splatoon, of course, you start out looking at the weapons, and then as you study a little more, you look at combinations of weapons, and then you look at stages and how weapons interact with certain portions of those stages, and then you move on to how comps interact with certain stages, and then you look at really the granddaddy of all of it, which is timing, right? And how your timing of your attacks go, and how different it is. I had a conversation with Hitzel years ago, back in 2018, and I asked him, how do you stop really good offense? How do you stop these strong players? And he told me a good attack in Splatoon, because the Inklings have, 100 HP and die to a gust of wind, it's all based on an attack. It's the seen threat of a certain weapon that takes your eyes away, and then how quickly another player moves forward and attacks. And you can expand that to a ton of different ways, right? The seen threat might be your bomb, and the unseen threat is your second bomb that was thrown behind you ahead of time. Or it could be a special that is the seen threat and a player that moves up with it. But it's all predicated on timing. Any one of these things can be stopped in and of themselves. And, that's why it's such a joy to watch teams who are playing quickly and playing well together. Yes, it might not all be so surgical. It might look like a big heaping mess, but if your opponent can't keep pace with those heaping messes, they have to prove it. And if they can't, you're going to see a lot of sets that look like that.
Secret Elixir moving on to 1-2 Buckle My Shoe in round 2, a team we see dominate tournaments like this and SOS, often, coming in those podium positions. So we're going to keep an eye on bracket for you and make sure that Secret Elixir doesn't pull another fast one like that. We had a little bit of time here before round 2-9 because of how dominant that set was. I wonder, do you have bracket up? Can you tell me if you have any crazy thoughts about what we're going into here?
I don't have a ton of crazy thoughts, but I'm happy to do a little bookkeeping while you look for crazy thoughts. Decay, our 1 seed for tonight, getting the 3-1 victory over Pixel. Fortune getting a 3-0 victory over Cherry Blossom Mafia. Fortune being our number 4 seed, aptly enough. Cherry Limeade, 3-0 over Weedle Fan Club, which is a fantastic name, a real bug catcher name, if you will. They will be playing against the Captain Happy Crew, our 12 seed. We've got a 3-0 victory over Energy. As Brush noted, 1-2 Buckle My Shoe. Also 3-0'd their opponent. They'll be playing against Secret Elixir. The Silly Kitties will be playing against, oh my gosh.
That's
Colon
great.
3, that's perfect. The Cat Face versus Silly Kitties there. Our 7 and 10 seed, that'll certainly be one to keep an eye on. Sonder versus Velocity will be the match below that one. Sonder 3-0ing their opponent, and Velocity getting, at least by seeding purposes, what would be an upset, a 3-0 victory over Athena's Saints. One of our only, one of our only matches still ongoing right now. Sanctuary, our 6th seed, locked 2-1 against Splatted by Toxic Mist, which is another fantastic name. They will continue on with that set, and the winner will be playing against Squids Strikes. That is ZTRIKES. Our 11 seed, they got a 3-0 victory over Photic Zone. And again, they will be waiting on the winner of Sanctuary and Splatted by Toxic Mist. You all at home can follow along with the bracket. I'm almost certain that there's a command somewhere in chat for you to get there. But if not, listen, you know it's on Battlefy. You know it's IPL. You can find your way there, I promise.
You asked me for a crazy prediction, but instead I just got really hung up, Nine, on what colon 3, because like I know it's the cat face, colon 3, but I'm sitting here like I don't actually think I know why it's the cat face. It doesn't. Are they ears? Are they whiskers?
I think it's just the shape that the cat's. I mean, it's got to be the shape of the cat's lips, right? I mean, that's just the classic. every cartoon cat in the history of cartoon cats has had it. I mean, you got Meowth, whatever that cat's name from Persona 5 is, Garfield. That's pretty much all the cats.
Yeah, I gotta say, Nine. I don't think we have cats in Splatoon, so I've been a little bit out of the loop, I guess. I've been stuck in our world of squids and octolings for so long.
I can't tell if you're intentionally skipping past Judd there to throw me under the bus or not.
Judd? There's also the other one.
Brush, that's where you lie and say, yes, I was throwing you under the bus. You absolutely could have hung me out to dry there, but you're a nice person. You're a good co-commentator. You wouldn't do that to me, but yeah. You know, actually, if our camera just turns a little bit to the left here, I think that we will be able to see, in fact, that cat. And that cat was actually on the screen earlier when our camera was running over to this part.
And it's so sad too, because Stream has no idea that we're just sitting here in the lobby with our pleasant LED screens going back and forth in our dummies. I also got to give a shout out here on our end, Nine. We have a first time streamer tonight. We got the one and only Mr. Popgun locking it down with his Hydra here. I gotta say, it's been, I don't know how he's feeling. He's squid bagging now, so surely he's having a good time.
I mean, I know exactly how he's feeling because he's posting it in chat right now. And well, okay, we can't tell you what he's now spelling out in Inkling here. He's probably typing out a big word, fungible. That's what he's talking about. He's about to lecture us here on oil, a fungible commodity here. I know Popgun, very up to date with current events in the world here. Absolutely follows Live Golf and, you know, the money and where that all comes from. But for those of you at home who don't follow sports, that's probably not what he was trying to spell out. So I'll let you use the imagination.
I was gonna say, I think we accidentally just confirmed IPL's getting into NFTs here. Popgun with the fungible comment.
Oh my god. That is somehow way worse than what I just accused Popgun of doing. Yeah. I accused Popgun of being an oil baron, and you somehow managed to one-up me with create something that's even worse. Okay. I'm not repeating that.
Okay, I think we're almost there. We're almost ready for round 2 of this bracket. We got a couple more still waiting to finish up. I'm gonna do some bookkeeping, as you called it, Nine. Rabid v Beans. Rabid is up 2-1. That's the 8th seed there to the 23rd. Meanwhile, right below him in the bracket, how did you say this name? Renacuajo? Renacuajo?
I don't remember any of those words coming out of my mouth earlier here. No, I definitely avoided that one. Yeah,
just skipped right over game.
Yeah, I guess that'd be a Renacuajo probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though they're down 1-2, the 9 seed to the 24th Zuka sub, doing a great job moving on. Just one other game to finish up. Sanctuary, your favorite and mine, Splatted by Toxic Mist. They're up 2-1 to the Toxic Mist team.
Proving grounds, folks. This is the only place that you can get this type of quality entertainment. Popgun on the stream and Brush and I fumbling our way around what we can say, what we can't say. We've now, keep it counted, folks, 2 tally marks here. We've now given you 2 bracket updates after the first round here. You know, Brush, this is actually taking me back to the good old days where we would have 20-minute, 30-minute, 45-minute waits in between matches at certain points. And, you know, I think my record is 4 bracket reads in between one round. Swiss was a beautiful thing for a while. You remember when we did everything there?
Yeah, I feel like by now one of us 9 should have figured out the secret formula to like getting through a stall. But instead we sit here and like almost get ourselves kicked off the mic every time.
I mean, if there is a secret to it, I want to know it. And speaking of secrets, Secret Elixir currently up 1-0 over 1-2
Whoa!
Buckle My Shoe. It's only one game.
That is huge. That is a huge one game. That is massive. That is the low ink alpha bracket team versus the second seed in Proving Grounds, and they're winning. That is wild.
Yeah. Well, again, like sometimes when you kind of peel back the curtain, it's a great exercise where you take away names, right? You take away placements and you just watch a team play. And there are some teams that'll sort of jump off the screen at you, sometimes players. And I can't quite, totally pin down what it is. If it's a player, it's usually someone who keeps coming up in really key moments of the game with interesting attacks, or when you get into a formulaic portion of a game, a player that's able to either push that formula to its limit or find a way to break through an opponent's set play, something like that. Again, the way Secret Elixir played, I would not have known they were a low ink team. The way that they moved, the way that they attacked, the way that they created opportunities and openings for themselves with limited resources, it was everything that you're looking. The building blocks are there. So, I mean, past accolades be darned, they're looking hot tonight.
And hot they will try to continue to be. And hot I am as my room slowly heats up over the course of this stream title. Great.
Actually, I mean, we could talk about this for a little bit. I know that, and rightfully so, the horrid condition that the Northeast is in right now should have everybody's attention here. Please, if you are in the Northeast, stay safe, do what you can to avoid the toxic clouds. I know that it is somewhat diffused compared to what it was a little bit earlier, where the sepia tones made it impossible to identify what was a screenshot from Salmon Run and what was reality. But in the Midwest, we have been absolutely cooking. And I don't mean grilling because it's summer. I mean, it has been 90 plus degrees and humid for a long while here. And both commentators and streamer here are all suffering from the same fate, I would wager.
Yeah, what's up with that, Nine? I mean, like, for real, like, I feel like 2 weeks ago it was like 30 degrees in the mornings, and I'm sitting here, I wake up and I'm sweating.
Yeah, it's, we have had 3 different days here where little thermostat has said near record high, and I'm like, at a certain point, I don't know about this whole climate thing. It's not doing well for us. We are suffering. We are suffering.
Whew. I think I've gotten our confirmation here, Nine. What we're moving into eventually, the winner of the only 2 games to yet to finish. So, what luck we have? Rabid v Beans, the winner of that versus the winner of Renacuajo and Zuka Sub. So those games hopefully able to finish up here, but both of them still sit at a pretty 2-1.
Elsewhere on the bracket, that's right, we're going on to Read 3, everybody. Cherry Limeade is currently up 2-0 over Captain Happy Crew. Cherry Limeade are 5 seed, Captain Happy Crew are 12 seed here, so Cherry Limeade taking care of business thus far. Octopi, 13 seed, currently up 1-0 over Fortune right now, so we've got a couple hotly contested sets right there with lower seeds holding serve currently against their higher rated opponents. Meanwhile, Sonder currently up 1-0 over Velocity right now. So there's a decent chance that we're going to have multiple round 2 sets finished before we get to commentate the one set that we wanted to. And I mean, thank goodness that we have 2 teams who are waiting this long, because we cannot jump into any of these other round 2 sets at this point. It's just taking too long.
I feel like this stall has got to go down in history as one of the wildest for Proving Grounds. I feel like we rarely end up in a situation quite like this one, where I'm like begging Popgun on our end to just start playing Turf War, at least so I had something to watch.
I'm not sure. Popgun has made his opinions on Turf War quite well known on Twitter. I'm not sure that he'd be willing to do it for, listen, money helps all right now, but I don't know how much you'd have to pay to get him to play Turf War here on stream.
Where's the IPL prize pool when you need it?
Just for Popgun to play Turf War.
Oh, we'll get there. Hey, look, Proving Grounds started as a tournament called Testing Grounds, right? And it was at the time all about IPL trying to do new stuff and play with new tournament formats and flip the script. And since then, it has been relaunched as Proving Grounds a couple of months ago. And the way I've kind of seen it is it's been an opportunity for players to try something new and flip the script and change how they play. So I'm starting to wonder if part of the reason we're seeing some of these results on this round 1 is teams coming in trying to do something new. I know we saw Twig earlier on the 52 gal. They've been a player who I think has traditionally been, at least recent history, been doing 96 gal and playing that Kraken really aggressively. So a very, at least somewhat, I'm sorry, I'm totally distracted now by Popguns.
No, keep going.
Totally a possibility, 9.
Okay, never mind. That one totally tailed off. There was no gas left in that car.
You just started spelling my name, and it really started to confuse me.
You gotta be able to hold. You gotta be able to hold in those scenarios. Unflappable. Nothing can distract you here. Even the fact that Secret Elixir is currently up 2-0 over 1-2 Buckle My Shoe. They took another one there. Nothing can distract you. Absolutely nothing. You must remain focused. To your original point, though, I do think the broader conversation about the players who have changed maybe what they wanted to play at the start of this new Sizzle season have now started to drift back to what works. And then there are some players who have opted to stick with it. And that's why it's been so wild to look at these early tournaments. We haven't had a patch and new weapons that have been quite as transformative as these that have come in. So, you know, it's, I mean, we just passed over a week since Sizzle season dropped. To say that these players aren't quite familiar with all the options would be an understatement. But yeah, I think you're exactly right. There's a lot that has changed, a lot of variables to consider in terms of new teams coming together, new players playing new things. If they're weaker with the new things, but they want to try it out anyway, and they're willing to drop early in a tournament because of that. So, you know, more tournaments, never a bad thing. Gives you more chances to make your argument, test your mettle against the opponents, as it were. And, well, folks, we have done it. We do have a round 2 match that has finished already. The Silly Kitties getting the 3-0 victory over Catface. Fans of Cats won no matter who got the victory in that set, but we've done it, folks. We have done it.
Fans of Cats also lost, unfortunately, there, 9. On the other side of the bracket, though, we finally have one of our 2 teams ready here, 9. Rabid takes the win over Beads. So we're halfway, 9, to being able to commentate Splatoon 3 again.
Halfway there, and you know, this has been a nice bit of radio commentary. Actually, we don't get to do this a whole lot, but you know, imagining this as baseball back in the day. Here as you're, you know, working, you're driving home, you flip on the game, and you know it's 2-2, and I don't know, Pidge Johnson is coming out of the bullpen, a lefty, to go up against. I mean, I don't know. Generic baseball names are super fun to create, but yeah, yeah, tripping over my words here. I don't know how my sentence is still going on at this point. We're all in the same boat together, friends.
You know, we have a third commentator in this call, and here we are, just the 2 of us trying to make something happen. I feel a little bit left out to dry, honestly, quite frankly.
I can't imagine after what Popgun has been doing in this lobby right now that you would want to welcome him into this voice chat. Like, come on now. You are the matador right now. You are waving the red cape about and daring the bull to charge at you. You know, braver than me, certainly, but I can't fathom why you'd want it. I'll just be honest.
We're so close, yet so far, and I'm really fighting the urge to do another bracket read here.
Do it!
No. Instead, I want to talk about something that we recently both were able to work on together. The Ink TV Resurgence League wrapping up. That would kind of change the entire game for high-level Splatoon for a minute there, for top level, being able to have these reoccurring tournaments week after week. And I think that's something that we're so fortunate to have that we kind of sometimes forget is orgs like IPL doing an event like Proving Grounds every 2 weeks and getting to forge these stories around teams like Secret Elixir, who we just saw, who continue to dominate. I mean, it's so nice to be able to continue to see these teams stack up and measure up against each other in a way that we especially don't get to see for the highest level.
Yeah, well, that was part of the reason why this came together as well. I remember the announcement tweet for Proving Grounds was something along the lines of, we're doing this to give back to high level here. This is another place for these high level teams to meet up and battle where everybody can see. Let's make some stories. Let's go ahead and get some production around this as well. And, you know, communities need these types of events, right? These are the backbone of what makes a scene last as long and what makes up the player base. It's tournaments like these. It's your tried and true studies where not every tournament is going to have the most incredible play that you've ever seen, but it's more data for these players. It's more opportunities for them to compete and to learn and to grow. And to be honest here, eventually scrims get boring. You want to have a tournament as well. And even though functionally it's just kind of scrims against lots of different teams and you're applying different rule sets, you eventually do need to shake it up a little bit as you go on your journey of growth. And I think you're absolutely right here. It's been incredible to see what Ink TV was able to do. Clearly met with incredible positive results. Really turned the game on its head. Finally, people realized that Starburst could lose to AR, then they lose to Jackpot, then Jackpot looks unbeatable, and then just last week in the first qualifier event of the North American Open, Starburst gets the win over Jackpot again, and now suddenly we've got a little rock, paper, scissors going. And it all happens because these events are put together by many, many hands to give these players the opportunity to excite us and dazzle us.
9, I got some big news.
Does it rhyme with dirty?
No? Should it?
Well, it looks to me like there was a 30, a 3-0.
Oh, God. Yeah, we have 3 matches now done in round 2, but one of them is Secret Elixir 30ing, to use your terminology, 1-2 buckle my shoe. Our second seed has been dethroned in round 2 by Secret Elixir, who are 6-0, who are undefeated so far tonight. And they're actually going to start their round 3 match before we start our round 2.
Well, they were up against another team that has 3-0'd both of their opponents right now. So 2 6-0s cutting it up right now in round 3. Cherry Limeade did get a round 3 victory as well, 3-0 over Captain Happy Crew. We're in a game 5 in our set. Renacuajo and Zuka sub, of course, are game 5. This is the only game 5 in the... Oh, sorry, that's a lie. Splatted by Toxic Mist did get a game 5 victory. That's actually a pretty wild upset, too. 27 seed over the 6 seed, but it figures that we would be waiting on one of the few game 5s from round 1.
What a wild turn of events on the opposite side of the bracket. While our reality is a little bit less wild, I feel like we're so close. I feel like I can smell the gameplay around the corner. It's the bakery on the corner, but we're not there yet. We're so close. I think the lobby has been made, which is really exciting for me, 9. I don't know about you. But
we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel, folks. We're happy that a lobby has been made. Brush and I, who are 2 of the most excitable people that you will ever meet in a commentary booth, who love games and get excited for all kinds of plays, are now desperately throwing out into the ocean a life preserver of a lobby has been made that we're not even in.
Oh no. Yeah, I mean, we talked for like hours at Shine at the beginning of this past, or like about a year ago now, 9. We'll talk for so long, get so passionate, get heated, and here we are trying to figure out the best analogy to use for the best of 5 set that we're not even watching. I mean, truly exciting stuff here on Twitch TV IPL Splatoon.
I mean, at this point, we're almost an hour into this event. I want to make it to the hour. I'm going to be honest. I need that game 5 to go as long as possible. I need at least 1 DC. I would like for whatever mode is being played to go all the way to the end.
You know,
I want a demanded replay. I want at least 1 speed test, preferably 2.
It's Clam Blitz 9. So the overtime here theoretically goes for what, 5 minutes? So you might just get your wish as the seconds keep ticking. 9 minutes left in this hour. We're so close to that 9 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, dang it. And of course,
Oh.
as we say it here, tricked you. I tricked you, reality. You've been beaten once again. I say I want it to go longer, and it finally ends. We have it, folks. Rabid will be playing against Renacuajo, who got the 3-2 victory over Zuka Sub, and we will finally have some action on the screen for you, folks. Thank you for being patient and hanging with us.
Yeah, you know, we keep complaining about us, but really pour one out for the stream viewers here who have been dealing with us. I mean, throughout this stall. What a wild way to spend your Friday. We started here. I think the first thing you said on the mic, 9, was the best use of your Friday night. And I really do stand by that as we go into round 2 in Proving Grounds 14.
Yeah, I've eaten half a pizza here as we've been doing this. I have been trying to make the most of this time, and it was a good pizza. I'll be honest here. It was a good half of a pizza. I was worried that I was gonna have to wait until after our block to eat it, but you know what? Sometimes opportunity comes in the strangest of ways.
There you go. What was the pizza here? Any toppings? What kind?
Oh, always pepperoni.
Pepperoni.
Yeah, food is fuel for me, and I just really, it may have been pepperoni. I've already forgotten what was on it, but
did they do the weird thing where they put the pepperoni under the cheese?
Not in this pizza. No, this was not the St. Louis local style. This was this was made in our oven here, a little Red Baron brick oven pizza. 3 for $10, folks.
Not sponsored, I hope. I mean, really, once again, I think that's our 3rd strike here, 9. Oh. We are struggling tonight on this beautiful Friday evening. Now I'm starting to think that the universe is out to get us because we actually have not joined the lobby, and like we should be going on paper here. Like I think we're going for the hour.
My arrogance may have sown the seeds of its own destruction. I thought that I had tricked the Divine Comedy, and it may have been the one that got the last laugh as we are still waiting for the lobby to come together. I guess to talk a little bit about these two teams, though, this is our 8 and 9 seed. So earlier we got to watch 2 seeds that were very close together, our 15 and 18 seed. Now we have our 8 and 9 seed competing against each other right now. And when you cut down into your top 16, this is that threshold match. So at least on paper, these teams should be matched up pretty close fashion. And what can you tell me about some of the players on these 2 teams?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of familiar names. My eye goes straight to Squeeg, the captain of Rabid. That's a player we've seen in competitive Splatoon for so long, a person who played Splatoon 2, grinded through low ink, and here they are, I mean, able to perform above that caliber and really prove their place in mid-level. But honestly, that's the big one that jumps out to me here. I gotta say, no other names really on Renacuajo, or even Squeeg for that matter, are catching my eye.
Well, we'll see if Squeeg lives up to the billing, as it were. I agree. A lot of the names on Rabid here do kind of remind me of some matches that I have seen. And oh my God, we're entering it here. Is that the right password? Please don't tell me we misclicked. Joining. Come on!
We're loading. We're so close. The worst part is we're gonna get in the lobby and it's not even full. We still got more time.
Folks, we are 5 minutes away from making history. Oh. We are 4 minutes. 4 minutes away. We have done 1 set in 1 hour. Can we make it to the hour mark, folks? If you want to see us get to 1 hour, go ahead and donate to the prize pool that doesn't exist here. I'm shilling on behalf of a prize pool that doesn't exist to simply get us there.
Oh, we're so close. How many best of 3 sets do you think we could have played by now? At least like 1.5, right? Like we could have made some important. We could have stopped, played a tournament, and come back here 9.
You give me the right field of players here, I might be able to fit 3 or 4 best of 3s here. You go with like the old area cup rules. I've seen 5 sets get through in an hour here. They are not playing around. And Pop Gun saying, good news, there won't be a delay after this set. It's true, because this was the slowest set. We can't possibly have one. Also, because almost every single round 2 match is done at this point.
Yeah.
So we couldn't have a delay. The only delay to be had at this point is simply if all the other matches somehow finish and Decay opts to just forfeit the tournament. So we're just out. We don't have a match to cast.
I mean, I was going to say a very impressive statistic here. We have 2, 4, 5 teams done with their round 2 matches. We have 2 sets that are starting simultaneously in round 3 to our round 2 set. So some really, really exciting stuff here. I got news for everyone on stream, and it is that Splatzone's Inkblot Art Academy is where we will finally get to start in this Rabid v Renacuajo round 2 18th match in Proving Grounds 14.
A marathon has been completed, and all we got at the end was Splatzone's Inkblot Art Academy here. It's like running a marathon and somebody just punching you with Hulk hands at the very end of it here into the ground. This is your reward, folks. Splatzone's on Inkblot Art Academy. And regrettably, we have only 45 seconds until this match begins, so we cannot possibly reach the top of the hour before this match starts. But we do want to thank everybody, all jokes aside, for sticking around here. We're going to be very close to the hour here. We might get to 60 seconds to the hour. Rush, we're finally going to get to talk about a real live Splatoon match. I don't believe it. I don't believe it! We're starting
battle time! Oh my god! What a wild... We're finally going here, 9. Rabid v Renacuajo as weapons start to be displayed here. A missile spamming roller there from the side of Rabid. A very interesting choice. One we rarely get to see in competitive Splatoon 3.
Well, and another thing you rarely see is both teams bringing out Tetras. It's different varieties of the Tetras, but this weapon, maybe more than any other weapon as of late, has been the talk of the town. Kyo saying that it's the secret best weapon in the game. Mashu winning basically every tournament in Japan for the last month using it here. And it's, again, a weapon that has been very difficult to deal with and very difficult to play and play around. The joke of if this weapon isn't dying 20 times in a game, it's not doing its job right. But listen, folks, it's a simple formula. If you are firing at the opposing Tetras over and over and over again, it means you're not tending to more important things. And to a certain extent, they don't even care if they kill you. They just want to get back, take more of your eyes, take more of your resources. We're going to see Candy go on a nice big flank to try to do just that.
Specials coming out to support that push. Candy's going to be able to cap the zone as 2 trades happen on the other end. Now fighting for this player with the name of Addition on the right. 1+1, able to pop that Reef Slider. Not by much utility and going down. A nice first move by Rabid here to take back the zone, and they've got a strong lockout on it.
Yep, nice job here. That's 2 specials already that have been used by Renacuajo to try and get some sort of presence on the zone. But again, the Tetra is more than happy to run face first into anybody. Adapt getting taken for a ride right there. Nice shot here by Ratsiv is what I'm going to go ahead with this name. Using another weapon that, maybe hasn't gotten as much love as of late. The Charger class as a whole. Just not a lot of excitement around this class, but certainly can still turn the tide in 1 or 2 shots, and it's going to need a couple of those miracle shots right now because that timer ticking dangerously low.
10 ticks just about on the scoreboard here, but it's going to be Renacuajo able to cap the zone and find their way back in. Addition moving on the right side with that Reef Slider, able to clean that up with their main weapon. Now they're the ones in a lockout situation, and look how quickly 1+1 has set up on the left side. They're moving straight in, while the Tetras of the other Candy on the opposite left going for a flank of their own. All the sides are left here now.
Yeah, it's lovely again when both of the weapons opt to do basically the same thing, but on other sides of the map. And it's, interesting when you see a Tetris that is willing to shark that long, because again, that's not usually what this weapon wants to do. The weapon is perfectly okay simply moving forward and attacking and getting taken out. And if you get somebody with you, that's fine. When that weapon sharks, it does give up a little bit of space and a little bit of momentum to the opposing team. But right now, look at this, having to give up any space necessary because they have the lead in hand. Just a few more seconds, more specials coming in, and just barely Rabid is going to cling to this game and extend it for a little while longer. Not a great position that they are in. The Tetris once again going straight through, or I'm sorry, that's not the Tetris. That was actually a Crab Tank there. It's easy to mix those two up, but now suddenly these teams have been throwing haymakers back and forth thus far, Brush.
Rabid now into a push, but they don't have paint behind them, so Candy moving up here doesn't just make it a 4v3 with a special disadvantage. It means that there's no paint to move. Adept has to pop these ink strikes to find an opportunity, but they're forced into this wall here as specials come out on the side of Renacuajo. But somehow Rabid able to find 2 picks, one of them being a trade, a 3v2 on the field. They're able to just barely hold on. Penalty points down, 5 ticks remaining for this W, and there's 3 down on the side of Renacuajo. Rabid, with no paint on the field, keeps the paint where it matters on that splat zone. They take a W in this game 1.
Beautiful play there. Beautiful composure again. When it takes 3 or 4 specials to take a zone back and you don't take out many of the opponents with it, usually that's a sign that you are on the back foot and simply trying to extend the game. But give them credit. They got the shots off where they needed to close it out. They had the right players attack, and we'll go back to that moment there that you kind of called out, Brush, where Candy went forward and attacked with no paint. That may have given the rest of the team just enough time to move up and attack. We spectated Adapt right after Candy went down, and again, maybe because of that attack, they did not recognize where Adapt was. Adapt moved forward, got a couple shots off on the Tetra. The other members of the team closed it out, then rotated back and attacked. So we said earlier, Tetras are tricky not only to play against, but to play around. If you don't know how to play off of the openings that the Tetris create for you, that weapon is not going to be nearly as strong as it can. But at least so far, both of these teams have proven that they can play around that unique technology.
Right, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's not just one Tetra on the field. We saw that it was 2. And both teams were doing a great job of exactly that. Let your Tetra move up. Let them take space and do something stupid on the other side of the map. Because that one play, that one move, which in isolation looks like a feed, is actually taking eyes away from the play, as you said, taking the entire battle and shifting it somewhere where it doesn't matter, leaving the zone unattended. So we're going to get going here into game 2, tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard, where, again, that mechanic can be so important, so lethal with a moving objective.
Yeah, a moving objective well, and both of these teams have proven a proclivity to have one player, be it a crab or your backliner, simply sit back on tower. That means you're going to be able to set up your Tetra loops very, very efficiently if they don't close in on that tower. And when the battle is taking place so far away from the objective, you can give up 30 points and not even know what you did wrong. Let's take a look. Candy going to stick on the Tetras, and on the other side, little arithmetic, 1 + 1 = 69, going to stick with it as well.
Now we're going to have to go straight to the center, but this game might be decided by who takes the wider flank. We're going to see neither of these Tetras go for anything, but Adapt on the left side with that Tri-Slosher trying to call it Spets, able to find a trade as missiles come out from Sweep. That gives Rabid an advantage here in the start, but they have to find space to capitalize, and that's not going to happen when they're going.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. Both teams have kind of traded control of around the tower there because of flanking Tetras, and it does appear, again, Renacuajo going to come out better for it here. This is going to be a hard jump to punish, but with 3 players around the Tetras, even Tetra's not going to be able to slide around. Spets in a great spot on the tower here. You imagine they're going to shift up to have their crab step up and ride the tower either way. The ballpoint, not a weapon that has to sit back on the tower to get some work done. And again, look at this, the fight so far away from the tower. This is the way that this mode is played these days. Take the fight way away. Look at this. This tower rider hasn't even gotten shot at yet, and they're already to the second checkpoint.
They are 2 down, though, and popping that inkjet is going to mean they don't have to worry about going down. Finding 2 with 1 inkjet blast. They're just going to float a couple more seconds, letting that timer expire and get through this second checkpoint. That is a golden ticket for a KO if they can ever keep this tower moving, and Spets is doing a great job with just that, though. Finally, this push is going to end. Rabid getting 11 points off of this first push, and killing an entire 90 seconds off of the clock after the opening.
And again, all of the fight taking well ahead of that tower there. I think, as this mode has changed and as these players and weapons have gotten a little better at being nuisances way up and the right HP specials, the survivability specials at the right time, combined with the Tetras, that's just how it goes. And especially on a map like Sturgeon Shipyard, you're going to see that more and more. It would not surprise me whatsoever if Rabid gets a couple of picks here, gets set up properly, and is able to do the exact same thing.
Looking for an opportunity in it now is Renacuajo, or sorry, is Rabid. I called out the wrong team earlier. Renacuajo with a huge lead early. Rabid now looking to find a way back in. They're able to find 3 picks in mid, and they're going to keep moving in now, trying to get to this first checkpoint. And talk about moving the fight ahead. That's what Adapt is trying to do, but getting called out by Rotsiv there on the splat lane, and they're going to go down. They're now 2 down, trying to find a
Yeah, when the fight goes way ahead of the tower there, of course, at some point you do have to cash your check and get one player out. But the other advantage here is that if you have people that far forward who are fighting and trying to clear it up, it probably means that someone else who died early is going to get back onto the tower, going to be able to jump there and, again, keep the attack coming through. So you see Candy doing exactly what you'd want the Tetra to do, take a lot of the fight from that crab, keep it away from the tower. Everybody is back in now to make it happen. They're starting to cycle their missiles, and the Tetra loops are getting set up. They just need 1 or 2 more knockout punches here to take out a couple of these members. But again, credit to Renacuajo there. They are not taking the bait. They're closing it out. Rush, for this entire last segment, it has been the Tetras and the Tri-Slosher, the first ones down. Finally, Adapt is able to stay up long enough to get an Inkjet out here. This could be what they need. Desperately needs to find some value out of this. Is able to get 1, but will it be enough? A second one goes down.
2 minutes now gone from the last time we looked at that scoreboard, and it's exactly swapped from what we saw last time. The second checkpoint now falling in favor of Rabid while they get through and trying to push forward, though opting to back up is that roller. Squeak not wanting to overstay their welcome, and a great call there. You still have 70 seconds left in this game. You still have plenty of opportunity, but you need to have the special advantage or the squid, and that's a big pick on Rotsiv there.
Yes, and once again, Squeak barely losing that fight. They've been able to jump more people. You see spamming this way. You know the Tetris is right back there. Will it be enough time, Rush? This should be it. The specials, they have it. They can cover the tower's ride forward. That is the lead. That is more than the lead. That is a knockout. Oh my goodness. And folks, if you ever needed a clinic on why you wear quick respawn, there you go. Over and over. That was a 3-minute push.
Yeah, I mean, there talk about quick respawn, but also talk about knowing when you can jump in, not wanting to take a risky jump or take a jump that wasn't fair. We saw squids swim from spawn to be able to take hotspots like Snipe, be able to take hotspots like the far right little perch area, and that meant that they had paint on their feet for that tower to move forward. So great job at understanding with that quick respawn where you have to go and how you have to play it. It's not always about spamming that jump back in.
No, and it's a good point too. As excited as I get about watching, the Tetra come in and everything that can play off of that weapon, you're absolutely correct that the players who are not the ones that are meant to be holding forward there, and make no mistake, it is a game plan to have certain players continue to fight. The role players still need to be able to do their job as well. And Koro and Squeak moving back, letting specials hit the tower, not going down, building their specials up at the right time, doing just enough to get the victory. Renacuajo has to be so frustrated right now. Both of these games realistically could have been theirs with 1 or 2 more fights, but they're going to have to prove it, and it is going to be a long road home for them. They're going to have to win 3 games in a row to get this done, but they have to have some confidence there. They probably feel like they should currently be up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, both games, Renacuajo has taken, I think, from at least our stance, the first big lead. They've been the first ones to really take control and get it moving. And it wasn't until after that Rabid was able to take control. Renacuajo, if they can find a push, find the points and get them on the board, their number 1 priority needs to be staying level-headed and staying in the game, not letting themselves get comfortable and not letting themselves get run over. That's what Rabid has been taking advantage of. Renacuajo gets a push and Rabid comes back ready to swing. And DC9.
Connection to the host has been lost.
Surely it's not the first one tonight, right? This was our set that took forever. What a great place to be.
At a certain point, you can't help but laugh, you know? There's no business getting frustrated or unhappy with how this has gone. You just have to chuckle, and we'll remember this one, Brush. This will always be one that we reference and talk about. And multiplayer maps and modes have been updated. Yes, yes.
This is wild. And the worst part about all of this, Nine, is we've been sitting here laughing, and half the things we're looking at that are making us cry aren't being streamed. Nobody realizes how difficult it has been on our end to get this set moving. I'm going to quickly pop on back to the bracket. Yeah, we have 3. We are the only set that is not done with round 2. Everyone else is in round 3 waiting. And Cherry Limeade even has taken 1 game off of Fortune already.
Oh, well, I'll do you one better there. Silly Kitty's currently up 2-1 on Secret Elixir. So I'm sure that's a hotly contested match, too. It's not the one we're watching, but it's probably a really hotly contested match. And Sonder did take a 3-2 victory over Velocity. So another pretty intense set between a big disparity in the seed. So, again, says a lot about the state of Splatoon currently here. Players getting better, gaps beginning to close. And speaking of which, we can finally stop stalling and get back into our game. No, we'll give them credit. It did not take them long to get into the lobby after that DC.
No, it did not. We're finally getting to see Rainmaker on Hagglefish Market as Rabid comes out with a very familiar comp. The difference, though, no more Tetras on their side. A Splatana Wiper taking the spot, but still a very similar gameplay style. Very skirmishery.
Well, you know, it's interesting here. I was about to say the same thing, and then I saw which Splatana Wiper it was, and we have another DC. Okay, we're going to keep talking as if nothing is happening right now. Rainmaker Hagglefish. Let's talk instead about the weapon that we are currently spectating right now, which is going to be the Splatana Stamper Deco. I'm not calling it that baby's article of clothing that you all seem to like calling this weapon. It is a skirmisher in the same sense that you were talking about, Brush, but the big difference here is that, well, the previous incarnation of this weapon, I think, was more than okay to distract, to take aggro, to go in and fight, and sometimes even be the first into the fight. You ideally probably want it to be second, but it could be the first into fights, make no mistake about it. I'm not even sure this weapon wants to be the second into the fight. I think that it wants to either not be fighting or be third into the fight, of course, because of its missiles and its beacons as well. So, you know, this is a weapon that I think drew the eyes of everybody because of how, well, it's missiles, right? Let's not complicate this. It's a weapon with missiles that isn't flings or roller. So we thought, okay, well, this is going to get some play. I think players are still figuring out and struggling to figure out how to use it in these comps.
Rabid's theory to that point was drop their other missile weapon. Squeak no longer playing that flings or roller we've seen them on. Instead, moving to a weapon, the NZAP there, which has Soda, your and my favorite. So being able to play, I think, a little bit quicker, especially since it's Rainmaker now, being able to force that Rainmaker down sort of those choke point areas, playing off of those missiles, that's their shot. Like, be able to have the missiles open from the other side of the map and have the NZAP ready with the juice to hold forward.
Well, let's see if the strategy comes to play. That's the first and only replay that they get here. The TOs here are fair but firm, as it were. So if that happens again, that is going to be a W. So we would certainly like to see, after waiting all this time, these teams get a good, honest fight through here. We'd like to see this set be won by conventional means. And at least for the first few seconds here, we do have a good, honest fight as we get into our game 3.
On the other side, Renacuajo running that double splash, one of them with the crab tank, one of them with the triple ink strike. So both of those weapons very aggressive, playing off of that machine, a very traditional comp. Add in a skirmisher Tetras we've seen be able to do damage. They're going to have a lot of fun here holding forward.
Yeah, they should indeed. But, you know, the one thing about these hold forward comps and the really strong short shooter comps here is that you know, they need to be in the right positions to really affect the match, right? And that position tends to be pretty close up to make it happen, too. The comp that they're going against right now is at least decently kitted to deal with that. And, well, how's about that? Better than decently kitted. Crashing in, identifying where 3 different players were, and they all went out almost immediately. Now, thankfully, the player who was left was in the perfect position to throw some bombs down to slow it down, but not slow enough. We broke through the checkpoint indeed. That went awfully quick, Rush.
League with that NZAP able to grab the Rainmaker and put some points on the board, though their push ending, not able to jump that Rainmaker up to that plat. So no more points for them here quite yet. Renacuajo, this is the first time they haven't been the one with the first big push, but very briefly, Rabid making me scream, making me scared. My heart rate jumped up into 40 again.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the gambit on this one, right? Is like, how long do we have to watch it? We'd love to look forward, but, you know, on other maps, the opponent touches it in that spot, they gain 5 points, 6 points, maybe 10 if they're lucky. Here you get 40 points by accident when you grab it and make that jump. So, again, very nice job holding on. And this is, again, the other piece. When you have a Rainmaker and somebody in special, that means really you only have 2 people who have their full kit to try to make something happen. The opposing team, Rabid, seizing on that opportunity, not letting it go to the waste there. Great job. The map is theirs. Tempo is theirs. They've got 3 players juiced up right now, so you know they're going to go forward and try to attack. They've got the special advantage, and it's all coming up Rabid thus far.
Strike taking out all of those hotspots as 35 points drain all the way to on that board, but their push is going to be ended here. Just one alive from the side of Rabid. Adapt, who's taking a very risky start, unable to find any utility out of it. All 3 of the players there on Renacuajo calling it out and finding the pick. Now Candy doing the same mistake, trying to take too much space, and Renacuajo is geared up for a great push there.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It is A-okay to have one player be that distraction right there and go on it. But when the second player comes out and does the same, that, you know, count your resources. You've only got 4 players here. They gave up that checkpoint a lot earlier and a lot easier than they probably needed to. And thank goodness for quick ink strike builds there, because they were not at the advantage in positioning or in special. And they barely hold on to that checkpoint.
But, I mean, that is a huge win for Rabid there, not letting that checkpoint fall. That means that there is no cheese. There's no hold forward and make that jump. You still have to wait out a full Rainmaker shield pop. So Rabid really doing a great job. I think this is the best we've seen this team and their defensive abilities so far. You know, we saw them drop the zone once on their lockout. We saw them in tower control allow a big push from Renacuajo. But so far in this game, there has been no dice for Renacuajo.
No, none at all, and it's that much more frustrating. We're having to push into continual Tacticoolers here. Of course, the NZAP being the one weapon that can cycle full uptime on that forever and ever if they don't run out of space to paint to build their special. So it can feel like you're fighting against 2 teams, because functionally that's what you have to do. And of course, once again, of course it's up. We didn't even have to guess. I didn't know it was up, and I knew it was up. Everybody coming in, they are refreshed here. So what's going to happen right now? You see that the Tetris is geared up with the special. That's certainly not the special that's going to open things up. Are they pivoting over to the left side? That's a really risky play to do there. And sure enough, they will lose the Rainmaker once again, and all 4 players as well. That was a gutsy call to make in that situation.
There is one weapon that is winning the defensive for Rabid, and it is Adapt on that slosher. No one can get through a checkpoint because there's paint pouring down, buckets full from the sky above you. And because of that, there's been no chance to get through a checkpoint, even on these rotation Adapts, able to find it, rotate, and move. So despite the fact Renacuajo has been able to get the Rainmaker carrier down there, they still have a huge uphill battle if they want to find a way.
Yeah, you talk about neutral not being neutral when you have the lead. That's exactly what this has been. Renacuajo has been pacing just fine, going even or sometimes winning these fights, but so difficult to get through a checkpoint and then some. Let's see how it is. We're entering overtime here. That's playing the Guardian role there, but again, you're going to give opportunities for opposing to jump. Wait, hold on a minute. It's just Squeak. Has to come around. Surely they've called it out. Surely they've called it out. They almost don't call it out in time. And now look at this. They've got enough specials here. Brush, one of these is going to be able to pop the Rainmaker shield. If they win 2 more fights, they get it here. They take the lead.
Oh, I was so sure they go down there on that jump. There were 2 players in their face, but it doesn't matter. The Rainmaker hits the ground just in time, and that's the moment the points tick up. So despite the 4-frame differential there, it's going to be Renacuajo in overtime. The team, for the first time in this best of 5, who did not get the first push, they take the game, and they are able to push this set to a game 4 down 2-1.
And Renacuajo saying, finally, we're the ones who get to do that. From their perspective, they feel like they've won the majority of this set. To use the old joke, hey, we won 3/4 of that game. Well, yeah, but you lost the game. It doesn't matter if you won 3/4. If you lose it in the 4th, well, there you go. They finally were able to get a victory in one of those quarters after coughing up the first couple. And you said 4 frames. I mean, if you told me it was 1 frame separating it, I would have believed you right there. I too thought, and if it wasn't for the text popping up on screen, I probably would have gotten it wrong as well. That swing of the Splatana, just an inch and $1 too short.
So you talked about the mile Renacuajo is going to have to run to get this set back in control. Well, they are able to take the first chunk of it on Rainmaker Hagglefish there. They're moving to Clamblitz Makomart, and we've exhausted the after this set, all 4 of the modes in Splatoon 3. So seeing how these 2 teams' play styles will convert to Clamblitz is going to be very interesting. This is the only game where we saw Rabid not run a Tetra dually. So seeing if they opt to switch back to that, keep the hyper aggression, keep those massive flanks rolling out, since it works so well in Splatzones and tower control.
Well, we'll take a little breather here before we get into it. For those of you with eyes on the bracket, I want you to know that Secret Elixir has won 2 consecutive games to take that set to a best of 5 as well. We're going to continue to update you on that one because I know a lot of you are following it. These round 3 matches have been fantastic. Oh, wait, we're still in round 2. That's right. I almost forgot for a second. Out come the shooters here. We're back at Makomart. We're going to have ourselves a good old-fashioned bonanza here with Clamblitz. But really, with these comps brush, they are playing take out the opponent, and the mode is simply a formality.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of shooters on the field. We did not see this from Rabid at all. In fact, I think we saw something closer to it from Renacuajo earlier. But instead, it's now Rabid playing that double Splash-O-Matic hyper-aggression. But their Tri-Slosher going down early on that right stack. That means they don't have a ton of space to push up. And it's going to be Renacuajo gearing up a push, but not if they're not able to stay up.
Well, now, of course, look who had gotten behind them there. Doesn't matter the weapon. Candy is going to find a way to get into the enemy flank and make a mess. Doing a pretty good job. Again, sometimes it just needs one player to throw a wrench in an entire push. You see here Koro trying to be very patient. One player who just has a surprisingly high amount of HP is finally down as Candy immediately goes and attacks the opposing defensive position. You love to see it. Wasting no time hitting the power position for the opponent, the turret, the nest, however you want to phrase it. They'll be rewarded with the first push. Got a few more claims here to put in. 62, not too bad. And, you know, depending, they might have one more. Yeah, exactly that. Candy goes back and says, hey, if you're not going to take me out and give me that much space, I'll go for your trap if it means scoring a couple more clams.
That first minute of gameplay was trade after trade after trade after trade. But all it took, as you said, one player to throw a wrench. The trade on the back lines is so distracting and so unnerving. You got players screaming, hey, there's one behind you, that all of a sudden everything goes haywire. Candy's play there for Rabid got them that first push. They got them about 40 points on the board early. That's a huge opportunity for them with now a minute and 40 seconds down on the clock.
And again, great patience to not fall for any traps as well. Our new Tetras here, the light Tetras, of course, with that Zipcaster. We all know how silly that weapon can be if you let it do what it wants. But at the same time, if they're willing to go all the way behind you and they have to waste time swimming back to you, that's A-okay. You are happy because that's going to take a lot of time, and that is time that they will use to finally start scoring here. Renacuajo has enough clams to take the lead if they score all of them. Once again, the Tetras behind will equalize. Ratsev just has to swim forward and hit the A button, and does. That is a change of the lead as these two teams continue to play at a similar pace.
Ratsev dancing on the back line, but they're going to go down. The Tetra player jumping in, trying to finish it out. They're also going down. That leaves a huge advantage for Rabid. Just one player on the side of Renacuajo was up there and in mid, so a lot of space for Rabid to move up here, find the clam, find the opportunities, and play patiently, getting those one nice pick that you need. Candy exemplifying that.
It's a great spot to be using this special at, too. Fires it all the way across. Does find Spets there, so again, anytime that you can find one player who was in a spot that was remotely hidden, don't forget that function of the 50 or the Killer Whale 5.1 here on the 52 gal. Very good there. Candy once again in the right spot. You want this weapon to be. It's the 52 gal, folks. We know this thing is strong. We'll take the lead, and I'm gonna be honest here, Brush. This is almost single-handedly being broken open by Candy, who is still up and attacking.
Finally, the lead is going to push past a 1-point differential. But again, Candy doing a great job dancing there, taking 2 players' eyes off of the fight. That means more points are able to go in. And Squeak barely squeezing through, back through mid, finds the pick on that Spider-Man. Now more points are going to get Squeak, the single-handedly MVP, throwing in points there as the rest of the team looks to put this to bed. Candy with the ball. Can they make it? They can. Rabid takes the set 3-1. And what a dance in mid to make that happen.
So many moments there that kept that open. Candy winning those initial fights to open it, then not dying, then shifting all the way back to the right side of the map. May I remind you, that push was opened up on the left side of the map. You let a player of Candy's caliber stay around too long, you know that fight is going over here on the other side. And then you called it, Brush. That Tetra had gone all the way behind and actually took one player out and had Squeak dead to rights. Squeak holds on, wins the fight, keeps the basket open for just a little bit longer, and in that long, drawn-out skirmish, of course, eventually, Candy is going to find a couple clams, enough to build a power clam, enough to end it. I thought that last throw was almost short, but man, what an incredible 3-1 set. These two teams took every single mode, I would argue, to its absolute limit, and a fantastic showing by them in that round 2 set. A tip of the cap to you, Renacuajo, but you will be out now as Decay will now have to host serve against Rabid. And Brush, I know you're looking at the bracket. We had a reverse sweep.
My jaw is on the floor. Secret Elixir is going to top 4 in Proving Grounds 14s. I'll say it again, just in case anyone missed it. Secret Elixir is going to top 4 in Proving Grounds 14. I am astonished their route to get there. A team that was in alpha bracket low 8 last month is a top 4, is a first place contender in Proving Grounds 14. What a wild set as they finish their round 3 in 3-2 fashion. We're finally ourselves 9 allowed to watch some round 3 gameplay, though.
Well, this should be a good one. We are going to be watching Sonder versus Splatted by Toxic Mist, a team that is, saying, hey, you're talking about the run the 15 seed is making here. We're the 27 seed. They get a 3-2 victory over the 6 seed Sanctuary, then a 3-1 victory over the 11 seed Squids Strikes, and now have to run into, there aren't a whole lot of teams that I associate with the name Proving Grounds. This is one of them. Sonder, who shows up to darn near every single one of these and competes and is always a top seed and is always in contention to win one of these. So Splatted by Toxic Mist, if you're talking a Cinderella run, this will be the hardest dance for you to go through. I can't wait to see what these players have because they've gone through some good names to get here. These can't all have been stomps. These were close sets. So we'll see if they're able to take it to some old vets of the scene.
That's one of the beauties. We keep talking about what makes Proving Grounds so special and talk about teams from all across the Splatoon universe. It's not often you get to see Secret Elixir and Sonder in the same bracket. Never mind this far into the same bracket. So a lot of interesting stuff here. But as you said, Decay v Rabid, a lot of interesting stuff can happen here, especially because here's a team, Rabid, that has been around, has been playing, but has no dice on Decay in that category. So tournament experience here can genuinely play an actual effect in how these players' mental is doing.
Yeah, how the player's mental is doing is certainly an important part of it, and we could get in and go as deep as we wanted to on the metacognition of the psychology of a competitor and how much of a role that plays in it. But, you know, there also is a certain point where you have that freshman effect where you don't know that you should be scared of the opponent, or you don't know that you should respect what the opponent is doing. It doesn't matter if you're against the Cy Young winner. They're just a pitcher, and you can stick them, you can get them. It doesn't matter. You don't know their name. Who are they? It doesn't matter. So it is fun. Again, I have to imagine at a certain point, these players are probably familiar with each other. That's, again, we're not that big of a scene, right? Eventually, you end up shaking hands with people from all over. So we'll see. We'll see if any of that comes into play. Of course, it's so difficult to be into the mind of these players. But folks, this will be the last set before top 4 that we will be bringing you here. This Sonder versus Splatted by Toxic Mist matchup. So don't go anywhere. We're starting, of course, on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. But the top 4 will be right after this. Fusion and Falco going to be bringing you the action. In chat, Fusion saying, got it. So next week we'll be commentating. That's actually probably not too inaccurate, although I would argue we're probably back on pace at least somewhat now. We've had some quicker games and some quicker sets after that marathon of a first one.
Sonder, a team that is constantly trying to push for this Div X kind of highest level echelon and somehow keeps not finding their way through. That's why tournaments like Proving Ground is so important to them. Being able to say, hey, look, we're going to keep grinding. We're going to keep finding these opportunities. And even if it's one really competitive best of 5 a week, that's all we need to eventually start taking games off of Starburst, start taking games off of a super high level, because that's where this team is looking, and they are geared up to do just that.
Just a few more seconds here. Fling King, Hawk and Graz, and Tato versus Scrub, Henlo, Toast, and Birch here. The players on Sonder, a lot of people are familiar with. The players here on Toxic Mist, well, we'll see if we remember their names after this set. Getting into it, the winner plays against Secret Elixir after this one. So, could it be 2 Cinderella stories meeting in top 4, or will Sonder continue to prove why they were the number 3 seed? Taking a look at it here, a double bucket composition brush. Now, this is a little imagination.
Yeah, and I mean, that machine often plays what feels like a little bit like a shooter, just in how aggressive it can be. But I think the important thing to call out is actually those fizzy bombs, as we see what getting a pick there on Scrub early. They're able to back up in a way that a lot of these other super aggressive frontline weapons cannot. So being able to combine that with a midline bucket like we've seen so far tonight, that's a very strong pair.
The other bucket, of course, on the other side, Birch going to be using that Tri-Slosher, so all 3 ranges of traditional bucket, I guess you can count the Explosher, are present on the map here, but I want to call out here a way that Sonder has really not let any of these flanks affect them. A couple of different players have tried that flank off of the far left side, your right side if you're attacking. Nothing at all coming through here. Tato going to run forward to try to make something happen. Toast maybe even a little surprised that Tato went that deep there. We're up at the bats here. It's formulaic at this point, and we'll even juice up as well to make this that much more difficult.
Now the 3rd checkpoint looking to fall here for Sonder as they keep the momentum moving. Scrub doing a great job controlling these drop areas with that rapid blaster, not letting anyone through. But on the other end, it looks like just a little bit of space was left open. Toxic Mist able to take control and get a full wipeout there. Which is not a position you want to be in with Sonder. You don't ever want to go 4 down on the end of the push.
No, getting to 17, a pretty nice consolation prize, but they did give up mid, as you noted, and now we get to see this is your chance, Toxic Mist, to prove that you can attack. The opponent has had ample time to build up their own specials on the defensive side. You certainly know that. The clock ticking here. Got to make the use of your own specials there. They had one player go up there and tried to follow it up with this Inkjet there. That's a winning play in most scenarios. But again, credit Sonder holding just long enough to not let anything bad happen. They're moving through. That's a painful landing there. Poor Brush was not able to get anything off of that. So again, you saw right idea, slight miss on the execution, and a successful defense from Sonder.
Henlo popping that hammer there was a risky play, but it got 2 whole picks, and that's all you need off the special, especially when you can charge it up that quickly. You saw them popping another one there, though awkwardly going down to Hawken behind them, and their push stalled out pretty quickly. A much better position now for Toxic Mist as they look to get their first push and get points really on the board. 3 specials now online for them. They just need to find a pick here, and nothing's quite coming out yet.
No, you again saw that they figured out where 2 members of the opposing team were. They threw the Booyah Bomb on that side and then sent an Inkjet over as well. And whether it simply be because of a couple misses or just Sonder's ability to move and not be sitting ducks for that, they weren't able to get anything off of it. I mean, maybe they were able to get 1 or a trade down, but when you put 3 specials in mid, you need a lot more than that. Perch maybe fighting off more than he could chew right there. Probably surprised that all 3 players went at him at that side, was not able to close it off. But they have defended so well thus far, Brush. No skin off the back of Sonder thus far. And Henlo even going for a little gratuity and is able to find one.
A trade is a trade, and that's going to be huge when you've got a push of that caliber for Sonder. Any player down for Toxic Mist needs another couple of seconds where they need to regroup and wait to get the train rolling once again. So just being able to find a trade every couple seconds is how they've been playing for the last 3.5 minutes here, 9. And there's a minute left on the clock. 17 points is still the winning push, and it was from Sonder very early.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the point where suddenly all of these checkpoints really start to become a huge obstacle as well. They're going to have to fight through 2 of them and then get to the 3rd. And again, we have yet to see Toxic Mist prove that they can break through even the first checkpoint. Usually this ends up falling here, a variety of factors making it difficult for them, but you know, some of this is the comp that they are running. Make no mistake about it, it's not easy to move forward when you have a Brush, a weapon that sometimes likes to either be the aggro or the second into the fight, and then 2 buckets. It's not so easy to go through, and you can't rely always on your ballpoint or your Inkjets to go through. So you're seeing, again, the versatility of this comp, and once again, juiced up, attacking forward. They are not happy to leave this score at 17, and if they continue this fight forward, they will get more than that. Already walking through to where their previous score was. And they've worked it down now to 15. This may be the end of the push. If a couple more of these fights go, no, it's still a mess here. They've gotten onto it there. What's going to happen first, the knockout or the end of time? It's quickly catching up to 1-0, and that will go into the books as a knockout. Sonder making us wait till the very end. That might be the latest I have ever seen a knockout, Brush.
I mean, what a great way of keeping pressure throughout the game, never letting yourself go to sleep. And it was never, I think, to Sonder about finding a big, flashy play on the defensive. Instead, they said, well, let's just keep throwing ourselves at them in mid. Let's make sure that they never have their feet firmly planted enough. And, you know, we've seen a lot of Tetris tonight. We've seen a lot of skirmisher weapons. It's not even that Sonder was playing something highly flank heavy or aggressive like that. They just recognize, look, if we can keep a little bit of pressure, if we can keep our finger on that stick moving forward, like there will be no space to move. Sonder getting that KO there at the end.
Well, we will take a moment to get into the next game. Whether it was the map, whether it was the mode, Sonder looking like they were on a different level there from Splatted by Toxic Mist. Now, Toxic Mist did lose games to both of their previous opponents here, winning some very, very close sets. So, you know, this is a team that has dropped a couple games early, surely has a good mindset to win so many close sets, so they can't feel too bad about it. I'm very curious to see if the double bucket and brush was something they had cooked out specifically for tower control, specifically for Inkblot, or if there's a little more versatility to them. That's not a comp that you're going to see very often. And, you know, credit to Sonder there. Unfamiliarity, not an issue for them, holding through. So we wait again to see. You all can't see into the lobby here, but Sonder is more or less locked in. What we are waiting on now is none of the members of Toxic Mist are locked in, so you think there's probably some conversations being had right now on what the people are playing.
Some weapons changes likely to come out there, or, you know, this is a moment where you kind of get rolled game one. You're screaming and yelling and trying to keep the momentum, but you can't quite do anything, so letting your heart rate go back down is enough of a reason to want to stall out here. But I have a theory that might not be the case. Some new weapons on the way, perhaps, from Toxic Mist. They're down 1-0 in this set, and they're moving to Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. a map mode that we haven't gotten to see in a lot of tournaments so far because of how new it is to Splatoon 3.
Well, we will get to see how it plays in this game and past games. Listen, there have been some very, very famous games played here. Some in the Splatoon 2 World Championships where we saw 4 Stingray weapons get brought out at one time. That won't be the case this time. Although, of course, a custom Jet Squelcher will be out here giving me immediate horrid flashbacks to that awful whining of that weapon. But on the other side here, we said we thought that the members of Toxic Mist might change up their comp. This is almost a complete flip from their last game. The only thing staying the same is their Slosher.
And their Slosher going down early is going to give an advantage to Sonder here to find an opportunity. But Trade's still coming out. Finally, a player advantage in their favor as Scrub dance around trying to find an opportunity on flanking there. Henlo grabbing the Rainmaker, a very risky grab. And they're actually going to go down in a 3v3 now. Special ready on the C-Jet, but he's not a Stingray, as they themselves do.
Yeah, thankfully not a Stingray. I think we're all probably happy for this. The Crab Tank, which would be the equivalent, I suppose, of what this game has been right now, in a pretty interesting spot. Henlo going all the way in. There's a lot of players there. And Henlo, how are you? You took like 7 shots there. Goodness gracious. Whoop is right. Henlo making him pay right now, saying, you had an opportunity to take me out. You did not take advantage. That's a delayed wipeout right there. Henlo once again is up and attacking. And that's going to be the first checkpoint falling with no resistance.
A snowball waiting to be packed here as Sonder finds a way in. Rainmaker now pops, but going one down is them. As Graz looks to put a stop to it early, the Rainmaker going down. A 4v3 situation on the field and a push now dead in the water. But, a great job now retaking by Toxic Mist. Toxic Mist finding their way back into it.
Yeah, with a couple of them going down here, they're going to need to, again, look past that and come back on the defensive side just as quickly as one checkpoint falls. The other falls maybe even a little bit more precipitate haste as Hawken once again is in a pretty good position here. Probably trying either to grab or to build up that Crab Tank in the middle. A couple are going to go down here from some indirect damage. If a Crab Tank gets behind that Rainmaker, I have to imagine some points are going to fly off the board. Henlo waits diligently, and both teams are actually content to let it reset. Pretty interesting there, I guess. Again, both teams sensing how quickly the points are going to come off. Toast very wisely popping an early crab there, taking out the would-be crab on the other side. So once again, Sonder finding all the answers to the defensive side rush, and I'm really impressed at how they're able to give a little space, but not give up any meaningful space.
And not only that, Nine, but able to convert that smaller advantage into one that is much bigger. You see, getting 1 pick there from the space now turns into 3 picks, and now turns into a push as Scrub gets all the way down to 41. Every point matters here, as you're already halfway through this game, and there has not been a big lead yet. So a big opportunity Sonder's taking advantage.
Yep, already coming in here. And of course, the Crab Tank, the only thing that could reach in that scenario. I'm not saying they would have lost the lead right there, but it could have gotten a little silly there if the Crab Tank hadn't closed it down. Toast finding all the answers with that Crab Tank thus far has been sort of the understated MVP of how this game has gone. You can see 3 members there already attacking on the right. They're going to find 2 there. Where is the other member here? That's a dangerously blue Rainmaker. They will close it out. That was kind of an awkward exchange of position in the middle. You don't often see 3 people collapse on one spot. Now they are to rotate back to take out the flank. They give up the advantage they created for themselves on this side. And it's all just a little disconnected right now here for Toxic Mist, who are going to find themselves once again looking at the end of a push.
It feels so much more like Splatoon 2 here, 9, without these checkpoints out, because these teams, all they need to do is find one opportunity. They're not gearing and gunning to get that checkpoint down. Instead, they're waiting for the opportunity where they will be able to hold forward and get bigger points on the board. So a lot more mid-gameplay is happening as opposed to these coordinated attacks past the checkpoint. But it looks like finally something's going to happen. Not if Henlo says no.
Birch winning that fight was unbelievable. If Birch didn't immediately take out the Guardian of the Rainmaker there, they probably would have gotten lead there. Wouldn't have been a knockout yet, but that still was enough going into the last minute. Totally different when you are the team that is in the lead. And again, you're seeing these teams. I'm glad you brought out the Splatoon 2 comparison, because they are playing this a little more like Splatoon 2. They are familiar with where they have to attack, where they slow down the opponent from, and where they load up on. Now the immediate fight win in the middle. There's a convoy headed towards the pedestal right now, and Some fancy footwork gonna get it there, but again, you dive to stop the Rainmaker. You are right in the waiting arms of the opponent. Birch goes down, but... Oh my goodness. You know, it's only fair with how good of a job Toast was doing at controlling the pace of the game with timely crab tanks that someone was going to get to use the strongest weapon in the game, that being the Rainmaker shield eventually. And of course, Toast picks up a nice additional 3 to the KA and another gold medal for being the furthest Rainmaker carrier.
You know, the craziest thing about all of this, Nine, trying to pull back the Rainmaker and tower control cobwebs, it's that Splatted by Toxic Mist has not run Toxic Mist yet. So seeing maybe that's the answer here. Talk about they changed their entire comp for game 2. Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Drac, Clam Blitz, Scorch Gorge. Maybe it's Wad Toxic Mist for the win.
Yeah, this will be... There's plenty of good weapons that have Toxic Mist at this point. You don't even have to necessarily change your comp up too much to try to achieve it if you are going for the fun and games of it, but that game felt a lot closer, yeah?
I mean, absolutely. It was a mid-stall, I think, which is important as opposed to, or at least, sorry, as an offensive mid-stall, if those are words that you're allowed to put back to back, as opposed to what was basically a big push and then just a neutral for the whole game. Instead, this time there was at least the attempt at momentum and Sonder kind of allowing a little bit more room to play around. But I mean, ultimately, when it comes down to it, Sonder finds the big push, finds the big opportunity. Whether or not they KO on it doesn't matter. I mean, both games, you know, it was a smaller lead that they then converted later.
Splatted by Toxic Mist, only one game left for them to give if they want to continue this run. Sonder, we said earlier, a team that you can just kind of associate with the Proving Grounds brand, rather, trying to end one Cinderella run. They want their chance at tournament darling Secret Elixir, the 15 seed, the low ink team that has made it this far. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, Fortune got the 3-2 victory over Cherry Limeade, and it had to have heard me there because we just lost our connection to the lobby. It's like, oh, they're doing bookkeeping. They're taking us through some archiving of these sets and updating us on it. Yeah, we got you. We'll disconnect one more time. Why not?
You need time to stall? I gotcha. No worries. We can do that here.
Yeah, because that's been the issue with this event thus far. We haven't had enough time to stall. That's... Oh my goodness.
Never have I ever spent an hour and 50 minutes trying to get through a third set. So there you go. That one's exciting.
A third best of 5 that doesn't even have counter picks. Like,
oh, and painful yet. We DC'd before the game started, so now we gotta get everyone back in the lobby. We gotta get our weapons ready. We gotta make sure our Joy-Cons aren't drifting. You know, you gotta do the whole 9. You gotta get all the way there, and then we can maybe decide to play the game.
Taking a moment here, you know, to hone in a little bit more on Splatted by Toxic Mist, because I'd wager Sonder is pretty much going to bring the exact same comp, if not maybe a slight difference, because it's Scorch Gorge. Splatted by Toxic Mist is in an interesting position where they've run 2 very, very different comps for the 2 very different modes. And, you know, Brush, I'm going to pick your brain here. I'm curious if you're a team that has a lot of versatility or has a couple different comps that you can bring out. At what point does being versatile become a bad thing in your mind?
That's a great question. I know in Splatoon 2, there was this big kind of push at low level, I think about 2021. Like, there was this idea that you have to stop flexing. You have to stop playing 18 weapons because eventually, right, like, you're going to be a jack of all trades and a master of none. And I think that's an idea that high level honestly runs with pretty far. You play 2 weapons and you play them really, really, really well. But I think when you're playing a team like Sonder, if you're in Toxic Mist's position and you need to find the winning strategy and you're not going to be able to outfrag them because maybe your mechanics aren't totally there compared to a Div 1 team like Sonder or Div 1 champion at that, Maybe it's not there positionally or speed-wise because you don't have the practice on the maps that you're playing with these players. But weapons, on the other hand, being able to find something that is a weak spot for Sonder, being able to kind of start poking around until you find something that works, that's a great and viable strategy in my mind. They tried it with the double bucket. That didn't work, but they still have room to try something new.
I'm reviewing the many things that are being said, insightful snippets being given to us here in the stream coordination chat. You know, Brush, I would say the most rewarding part about being a commentator isn't that you get to talk about the game with your friends and have people listen to it, or the wonderful feedback people give, or even the incredible Sisyphusian but fun journey of studying Splatoon. It's just the fact that you get to see in the stream coordination chats. It's good stuff. It's very, very fun to see.
Scorch.
Yeah, Scorch, Gorch, Scourge, Gurge, Scarge, Garge, as it were. Just, we get to have a lot of fun. And hello to you too, Falco.
Hey, a big piece of news. Secret Elixir has officially been banned from Low Ink. What a wild way to get through your Proving Grounds 14 is a DM from Popgun and a tweet well tweeted by Secret Elixir. That's not the team we're watching right now, though, 9. In fact, Sonder v Toxic Mist is entering its Game 3 with Sonder up 2-0. So, finally, Clan Blitz on our Scorch Gorge map. That's going to be a set deciding map, and Sonder can earn their spot here in the top 4 bracket.
In this game, I really want to see, regardless of the map, regardless of the mode, you can tell there's just a step between these two teams. In that last game, I thought there were opportunities for Toxic Mist to maybe move forward a little bit, but you saw them want to try and set up a special here, get into the right position there, which from a formulaic and fundamental standpoint is the right play, but there are subtle moments that they're giving the opponent a little too much space, a little too much time to regain their footing. And I say this from the comfort of a commentary booth that's a little warm at this point, but still a comfortable booth. It's not easy to identify these things, and that's the difference between these two teams right now as we head into Game 3.
Your commentator booth is warm?
It's hot. It's very hot. It's very hot in my room.
I'll say it. It's hot in mine. As we finally get going, talk about a weapon switch up. Fling King pulling out the carbon roller deco there, and a double splash once again. So again, playing with something new, trying to find what is going to be the winning formula. Though after this opening with 2 picks in favor of Sonder, make that 3. It might not be this.
Yeah, we talk about one weapon switch. How's about Henlo going right over to the Wiper Deco here? Those missiles broke apart any sort of sharking or flanking that was happening at the start of that game. From the very beginning of this game, right, of Splatoon 3, we know that Scorch Gorge is the time where you bring out your missiles. It's been that way from the very beginning, and that's a pretty handsome reward for those early missiles, I would say, all the way down to 44. On a map this big, I've seen this score win games outright.
I don't think Sonder's quite done yet, though. We've seen them get one push and then follow it up with a second big point winner. So what they're waiting for now is a slip. They're waiting for Toxic Mist to do something that results in 3 or even a full white 4 down. Not going to happen yet, though, with Flinking pulling out that Trizuka, able to find a nice pick there, and that leaves them in a big advantage with 2 more specials ready and 11 clamps to their name.
Yeah, they've got the resources, they've got the position, but do they have the momentum here? Are they going to push forward, or are they going to wait? You can see right there again, they had a decent spot. They sent one player up to attack, but there wasn't really much that went with that player. And that's why, again, you're starting to see Sonder say, well, okay, if you sent one player at us without any assistance, it's now a 4v3. Let's go. We will take that opportunity and run with it. You said earlier they weren't content with their current score. They appear to agree with you. Sonder has the opportunity to open this up. Birch being very patient, wants to build up the juice. That is a couple drinks, but now there you go. We're starting to see the other way. Sonder takes a little bit too long to get their action going, and it is Toxic Mist this time that is happy to say, okay, well, if you're not attacking, you're going to let us regain our footing. We'll take you out here, and now we have an opportunity to make our case.
Power Clam is ready and wisely brought by Hawk in there, who's able to pop that crab tank and get it online. Not able to find any utility from it though, as Scrub's Inkjet does a great job shredding it and forcing it away. They're able to convert that now into a 4v2 situation. Sonder once again pushing forward and trying to find space. Helios spamming that this way, looking for an opportunity. Birch finding another one on Flank King. They need clams, they need them fast, but they're not coming together quite yet. Birch once again looking for this juice and not quite able to find it, though finally finding a way in. That's the basket open, and 2 minutes remain on the clock as their second push is up.
Yeah, and they're all juiced up as well, so they are going to go right forward with reckless abandon there. 2 of them did go down, but they're going to be right back in the action. They're not going to get much more in the way of scoring here, but they are going to get everybody back in time to at least have some sort of presence in mid. Look at that, Toast and Birch already throwing subs at the members of Toxic Mist as they try to come back out and try to again regain mid. A couple going down, but they've actually managed to work their way back up here. This is where you want your crab tank, and now these poor triple ink strikes don't even have a target there. They're just making some space, and look at this, the points are flying.
6 clams and a pity ball ready. That's the jump in now. So that's enough for the lead if they can find a way in. Flanking, able to find it. 90 seconds left and 2 down on this push. Potato wants more. They're going to wisely change their mind. Back up. Play a little more patiently. And that's the exact kind of push without a wipe that Toxic Mist has been struggling to do. Find points and not go down in the process. They're now in a great position to play one good defensive, and this game could be theirs.
Yeah, one good defensive, but sometimes that's a really scary position to be in. Just taking a look at the top, you know that the opponent is going to start scoring with just 1 power clam. 2 power clams that they're able to make the jump in will take the lead outright. That has to factor in to how you're going about your defense. They've done a pretty good job, but if they go too far there, they're going to put 2 people in the way of Henlo. They sent everybody to dive after that one wayward player who had gone down there. They're going to give up a lot of space. It may be too much space. They've respawned at the right time. Both teams are setting up their specials. What will the set play be here? Who is going to blink in the last 30 seconds?
Birch keeps being too afraid to push in. Once again, a push well stalled by the side of Toxic Mist, and now they're finding picks to follow it up. The gas is no longer in the tank for Sonder. They only have 1 pity clam to their name and a single small one, and they've got 10 seconds with a couple seconds in overtime to make something happen. So a nice hero play needs to happen now, and that starts with Henlo and Toast finding a big 2 on the front lines.
Big 2 and a third one going to follow as well. Scrub swimming right forward. They have more than enough resources to make this happen. Swim back, lose the lead. And despite the best efforts of Toxic Mist at the end, you called it right there. It was a fight in mid. They positioned themselves properly, got the engagements they were looking for. And a tip of the cap to you, Toxic Mist. Easily the most competitive game of this set thus far. You can tell that they were a team that deserved the run that they had, a strong team. But there's also a reason Sonder is our 3 seed, taking it 3-0 over Splatted by Toxic Mist.
So here you go. Your top 4 teams are Rabid, Fortune, Secret Elixir, and Sonder. We're going to get ready to say goodbye to everyone in stream pretty quickly here. But hey, what a run for Spotted by Toxic Mist there. Able to find wins over Sanctuary and Squid Strikes, which are, you know, teams we see around. So a great little run for that pickup there. You know, we see those names often. We see them in comp Splatoon at high level. So a great run for them there. Too bad they run into Sonder there in round 3. 9, I don't know about you, but radio is not my strong suit. So I had a ton of fun trying tonight, trying to make something happen. I don't know if you have any finishing thoughts.
Just that this was a blast. All jokes aside, we don't get to... You know, we've gotten too good at running tournaments at this point that we just don't get to have fun like this like we used to, where you could expect a 30-minute stall session every tournament for no reason. And to clear the air here, this is not the fault of the TOs. I don't mean to throw anybody under the bus. When I say that we're too good at this now, I say that as a compliment because this doesn't happen at the frequency that it used to. But no, this was an absolute blast here. I hope that you all were entertained as we did our best to do so. we're going to be passing the buck over here to the third best combination of FF. I'm, of course, talking about Falco and Fusion, second only to the FF meaning Fortissimo in music, and, of course, Final Fantasy 16 coming out very soon here. But number 3 ain't bad. Don't go anywhere, folks. We have more Proving Grounds 14 top 4 coming at you shortly. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Hello.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Top 4 of Proving Grounds 14. I'm Fusion. I am joined by the incredible Falco Flyer, and we're going to be commentating one of the most interesting Top 4s, I think, that we've seen of Proving Grounds so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good top 4. We're going to be starting off with Decay and Fortune. Fortune, I believe, making top 4 last week, or 2 weeks ago in Proving Grounds. And then, not really the elephant in the room on the other side of the bracket, Secret Elixir just having a time of their life and now going up against Sonder. So we'll be sure to keep you all updated as those results start to roll in. But yeah, should be a good time. And of course, since we're in the top 4, this will be a double elimination stage. So a little bit of breathing room for some of these teams. And I'm sure for all of them, that's something that they can appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, we've got perennial top finishers and Secret Elixir making the run of a lifetime here. We're going to be coming back to that later. We may see them in losers. For now, we have Decay and Fortune, both very highly seeded teams who just continuously place at the top of the pack. We've got some interesting stuff coming out on the side of Decay, running that Nautilus and Junkie, of course, on that Octobrush with Axiom on the Tetras, Noah on the Neo Splash. On the other side, we have a little bit more balanced comp. Looks like a mix of the old meta and the new meta. It's going to be an interesting game as we're on Humpback or Rainmaker.
Yeah, of course, we just saw this map in mode not too long ago on this stream, and as you see here, Nilla using some strikes, trying to find a way to break into mid, but that's going to be picked up by the side of Fortune, but they're going to have to retreat and back up a little bit, as we see a lot of pressure coming in from the side of Decay, but not without a few of their members going down, and now Fortune making a push, getting to that podium pretty easily, Fusion.
Yeah, I mean, getting to the checkpoint is half the battle in Rainmaker. Once you have that gone, you can get so far so quickly, half moving some extra points on the board, but it's really this corner that's so difficult to get through. 25, nice push to start. This looks like it's going to even continue going on. Tripling strikes come out, but there's only 2 members up on the side of Decay. They are going to smartly grab that Rainmaker, drop it into mid, and nearly run away with it there. They were able to get stopped, though, but very nice defense, and not too bad number of points for them to defend from.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the nice things about this map when you do have the Rainmaker pushing up on your side. It's not hard to drop it just to give you a little bit of breathing room and allowing you some time to just kind of regroup, but it looks like Decay is really not done with what they started as they're still trying to push up, having a 2-player advantage, 3-player advantage. Just the Tetras who are pushing up onto half. Can half survive? It looks like they do, but they're pushed back into this corner, but not going to avoid the Reef Slider, just the body slam of a Reef Slider.
Oh my goodness, the tracks, you just stare in the truck in the headlights. Oh my goodness. Decay does get the stop on that push, but there's a very nice flank from Apple coming out. That's 2-3 down. Huge, and that's going to continue the push. That's never going to end for Fortune here. And yet again, half has that Rainmaker at the corner, half being the consistent Rainmaker carrier, it seems, eyeing up some extra points on the board, half running for it, gonna get stopped by Axiom yet again, but multiple members up, including that Inkjet. The pop goes off, but it doesn't look like that's going to turn the tides just yet. Everyone's still in a little bit of chaos here, but finally, looks like Decay is going to stabilize.
Yeah, and one of the nice things there, we saw Apple push over on the right side, watching that flank, and that could have been very dangerous if they were able to find a way to break in through to the Rainmaker. But just about halfway through this match, like you said, we do have Decay now picking up the Rainmaker. They have a pretty good path here to the checkpoint. They are going to get the dunk and have some more control at mid, but this is really the choking point and where it's hard to break forward, especially when you're facing some of these, even subs, I was going to say specials, but if you have an ink wall in a really nice place, it could be hard to push forward. But look at this. Speaking of pushing forward, 2 players are now going to go down on the side of Fortune as Decay is still trying to work on this push.
Yeah, basically that top right from the other perspective is the kind of the key. So unless they're able to clear out that crab tank where they were sitting, they're not going to be able to get all the way down to 24. But it looks like this grab of the Rainmaker and attempted push from Fortune is going to survive here. They still have the lead and can just kind of play defense at this point, but they need to be extra careful because without a checkpoint, a single wipe could be all she wrote but looks like Decay finally is going to get some paint on the board, eyeing up yet another push, a minute and a half left. They're going to have the time for a couple more tries at this, pressuring over that right side with those ink strikes, but they're not aware of Half sharking at the corner, gonna get a very nice stop on the Rainmaker, and that's gonna potentially kill a Reef Slider in later.
Yeah, and it's this corner that's just so hard to figure out, okay, what is the next step? What do we need to do to push this Rainmaker forward? Because it's so hard to see just who's around the corner. And with that being said, Decay picking up the Rainmaker once again, just using caution, firing shots across the wall just to get a feel for who's out there. Will this be enough to take the lead? No, there's going to be one player just alive now. It's going to be the Neo Splash, who I believe is now respawning. So this will be an opportunity for Fortune to just kind of back up a little bit, get a little bit of breathing room, and push it over to this right side.
Yeah, this right side where Half is relatively safe, but they need to be careful because the new flank on that side of the map, or the Rainmaker path on that side of the map, is easier to get up. It's no longer just a solid wall that you're going to end up stuck on, but Half dropping it into the pit, this is a very easy to defend from point. Classic in Splat 2, it's going to be a classic here, and a full wipeout as Fortune defends this right corner to the death. They're going to just try and lock Decay and spawn at this point, but they need to be wary of a potential wipe opportunity, but they're thankfully seeming to clear things up, and they are going to take that first game.
Yeah, really smart maneuver there on the side of Fortune. Just have the rest of your players push up. You don't need your Rainmaker player to push up. You already have the lead. You have the map control. You have the retail estate, I guess is kind of what I was going for. You have all the room that you can just fire those shots and, you know, be aware of any players who are going to be pushing in. So yeah, that's a very good move. And what I liked, we saw a lot of back and forth in that game of just everybody kind of knew whose turn it was to pick up the Rainmaker as far as when a push was done, what needed to be done next, how you needed to get back on defense. So very strong decisions from both teams.
Yeah, there's definitely some important spots. You saw the Rainmaker consistently get stopped in like the 20 to 35 mark. That spot there is basically just right in front of the enemy spawn. So if you're going to get past that, you're going to need a very big push. You need to get a bunch of picks on the enemy team. So that's kind of why we end up seeing, you know, the Rainmaker stop there so consistently. And that kind of makes Humpback Rainmaker scary because unless you get a full knockout, it's so easy to just have the tides turned on you.
Yeah, it certainly is. But yeah, like we said, with Rainmaker Humpback kind of being one of the newer maps that are in Splatoon 3, it's interesting to see what kind of changes as far as, okay, we have some things that we are familiar with in Splatoon 2. Of course, we talk about missiles and how well they're utilized, but just having some of these new weapons, and like you said, I believe it was Decay who kind of used the more unorthodox comp that doesn't really fit the meta right now. So I always enjoy seeing that, but we will be moving on to, it looks like a Clan Blitz Museum d'Alfonsino for our second game.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Humpback in particular definitely that's an Inkjet map. Humpback Rainmaker just getting over that side. We saw Rainmaker shots going over there. Inkjet's very good there. And if I'm not mistaken, Decay was not running any Inkjets. So going to a more open map where I think Inkjet is going to get a little bit less mileage and it's going to stop you from scoring clams. That could help them out here as we go into Museum Clams, as already a flank on the right side from Junkie trying to get something started. This is very dangerous to push alone. We'll see what they're going to be able to make of it.
Yeah, it's dangerous, but it can really pay off if people aren't paying attention, if nobody calls out those flanks. So it's always fun to watch, but yeah, when they get called out right away, it's always unfortunate. And now we're just kind of seeing the skirmish that we typically see at the beginning of a Clan Blitz games. You're seeing where you can win your 1v1s, which matches you should take on and try and work with. And with that, it looks like Fortune is going to be the one who's benefiting from this, getting 3 players down on Decay. Half is the one with the power clamp pushing forward. Are they going to have enough room to get this in? Yes, they are. They're going to be jumping down with the rest of their team scoring in some clams.
Yeah, but from the high ground, here comes Decay. They're going to shut down that push after just a single power clam and a couple small ones, and that's really not too much of a push on this map. It's going to be easy to rack up a lot of clams, but very difficult to get them into the basket. And already we see Decay, Axiom with that Reef Slider looking to try and find an opening in. It's going to be a little bit dangerous with all of the fire coming back in from Fortune, and that looks like it's going to be the end of the push. Daybream's going to have to back off there as 3 members go down. Michiru hunting them down in mid. They know they're there, but they don't know how to get rid of them, and the Knot is going to pressure them back, not able to find a pick, but Daybream keeping their team alive and potentially actually continuing this push for Decay.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's actually working out for them for the time being. Of course, it's still early enough in the match where you don't need to have your miracle push, especially since your opponents only got to 74. You just need a power claim and a few more, but look at that. The team who was playing defense now on offense with the wipeout, scrambling to find some power claims. The machine is going to have one, and they are going to score, trying to extend this lead, and that's a pretty aggressive killer whale right by the basket. 2 players are still down on the side of Decay. Our claims still going in. Yes, they are. Half is going to be able to throw a few more in. Bingo going to throw some in as well. So again, just prolonging this basket, keeping it open. That's exactly what Fortune is going to want to do.
Yeah, Junkie cleaning up that left side, going to just try and paint up the map. Unless they're able to really get the splash out of mid, they're going to struggle for paint. But now with that Ink Storm, the tides are turning. Axiom over on that right side gets caught off guard. Oh, the double burst bomb kill coming out from half there on the splash. That's going to turn the momentum all the way back. A crab tank's in their back pocket. Another push seems to be online, and the pressure from Fortune just won't stop.
No, it's really not. we talk about how they just haven't been able to lose any map control in this instance, and of course just coordinating who do we need to throw our claims to get that power claim and to keep the score up. And what I find interesting here is balancing the mechanics of, okay, we need players to pick up claims, we need players to use some of their specials. How do we split those evenly so that we can keep this basket open and get some of these picks? And I mean, Fortune is just doing such a good job with that while keeping up all the pressure.
Yeah, and it's just kind of felt like Decay's been unable to get multiple members in and win a fight through the middle of the map. They've gotten to the enemy plat a couple times, but no further than that, and already forced to jump out there. Half with this crab tank on top mid has just been wreaking havoc. And it just controls so much space. Really, the only way to deal with that is a big flank, and they really have not had the opportunity to do that. They haven't been outnumbering the enemy in mid or on their plat to be able to afford that. And now, finally, Decay is going to really gain some control, but they're going to blow a bunch of specials in the process and only get back a little bit of space. They're going to do their best here with a minute left in the game and a big deficit.
Yeah, like you said, they found a way to break off of the plat, but then at what cost? Because there's really nowhere that you can go in mid. There's no paint that you can really work with, but they're going to be using their specials once again with just about a minute remaining. Actually getting some picks this time too, and getting more control of mid, so this might be a push of their own. We haven't really seen a push from them yet at all during any of these games, as Daybream trying to get some more claims pushing up. Nilla has a power claim, finding an opportunity to try and throw it forward. A Zipcaster also coming out on the side of Decay, but will they get the picks that they need in order to score?
And they're just having such a hard time. The Zipcaster, I believe, did not manage to find any picks, and that means that Fortune is going to be able to just sit on that high ground, space them out, let the power clam die, and they've just kind of been playing the waiting game for the last minute and a half. And this could be potentially something that Decay takes advantage of as they build up multiple power claims. They get caught a little bit off guard by Apple with the 52 gal, and everybody knows the 52 gal can just run in and delete you, and that seems to be exactly what's happening. We head into overtime, but the lone power clam on the field is gone.
That's right, and Fortune winning that one again, going up in the set 2-0. I would say a more convincing win than what we saw the first time, or in the first game, but just they could not be stopped once they got that ball rolling. Once they got their power clams rolling, it was so hard for Decay to find any opportunity, except at the very end. But, in that moment, that's when you're thinking, if we are going to score, we need to have an amazing push. There's really no room for error, and unfortunately for Decay, they just weren't able to be put in that position.
Yeah, it's felt a little bit difficult for them to fully wipe out Fortune, and some of that comes down to the splash, and some of that comes down to the ballpoint. You just have so much consistent paint and consistent survivability that when you run compositions or even just styles that paint a little bit less, you kind of you feel that you realize your movement's limited. You're doing the best to with the tools you have. And I think their team comp is pretty well suited for the tools they have, and just a little bit better execution and the way they come together as a team, I think really could go a long way. As we head into our game 3, Decay looking to turn the tables onto Fortune here and avoid getting dropped into losers.
Yeah, and speaking of turning the tables, it looks like Sonder is up 2-0 over Secret Elixir right now as they are heading into Game 3 as well. So we'll keep you updated on that match, but both of our sets here they're the same. They're both 2-0s, but you always wonder what's going on in the other match when you're in top 4, you know?
Yeah, definitely could go either way, and thankfully, because this is a now double elimination, we're going to be seeing more of these teams, even if they end up going down. But Decay going to do their best, try and survive in this situation. We've got Splat Zone's Inkblot going to have to spend a lot of time painting that zone, but Decay's game plan is going to be finding those key picks onto the splash and that ball point. We'll see what they're able to do here as they try and break through the iron wall of defense that Fortune's been setting up.
Yeah, and Decay is going to be dropping the Tetras and adding the end zap here to get a cooler to maybe help support some of their team. But 2 players down on the side of Decay already, as it looks like Fortune able to take the lead here for now and have a pretty good starting lockout. You see half there up on top and mid. Bingo pushing up on the right side with the Inkjet, and Michiru trying to push in on the left side, and a few players are going to go down on both teams. There's going to be a battle here on Tree, and half is going to walk away with that one, getting the jump in and letting Junkies still be there as they are zip casting in mid, and Fortune still in control of the zone.
Yeah, the zip cast in, not going to find anybody. They're going to recall and probably get themselves a little bit taken out. Decay just needs to get their heads a little bit steady, come all in together as a team. Now, one pick on the right or the left side from the Whale is going to allow them to move in a little bit. Nilla leading the way with that 52 gal while Michiru tries to shut it down. The rain is going to provide just enough paint. There we go, to cap the zone for Decay. They're going to hang on and put a very large penalty back onto Fortune, but they're still not quite winning the fight in mid. Michiru actually finds himself as the last one. This is a big opportunity, and Decay does manage to find that pick. Nice one from Daberman. They're going to actually start their first real lockout.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Decay needed, that we didn't really see in the second game. Even though the penalty point is a large one for the side of Fortune, it's not impossible to break back in, but they're just doing such a good job. Decay is, as far as trying to hold on to this zone, but they're not going to want to give it up. Unfortunately, they are going to give it up with a few of their players going to be scattered right now, trying to win some 1v1s. There are going to be some trades, but once again, that's only going to benefit the team who has the zone, has the objective, and right now that is Fortune with that wipeout.
Nice. Half cleaning up top mid. Apple looking over to on this left side to try and push onto the enemy plat. No one on Decay has dropped yet, avoiding that point sensor, trying to get a sneaky pick, maybe get up onto that mushroom. I think they know they're there. Yep, they certainly do now. Apple's going to manage to find a jump back to the zone, and now the specials are going to start coming out, but all of Decay finds themselves in the eyes of the crab tank yet again. They're going to be locked back onto their plat, and they end up going down over by that ramp, and it looks like Fortune's going to lock them out unless something can happen in the past few seconds, and they're not quite able to do it. Decay is going to go down to the losers bracket. Fortune moving on to winners of finals with a very nice 3-0 onto Decay. Good performance from them.
Oh, absolutely fantastic performance. At the very end, I saw those specials coming in, and I was thinking, will it cap? Will it cap? Will Decay be able to hold on for just a second? But no, between, the rain and the Inkjets just not being quite where they needed to be, that gave Fortune the win, and it was nice to see Decay break in there and able to take the zone for a little bit. But yeah, Fortune able to sneak past that and get the win. And like you said, 3-0 over Decay. And speaking of 3-0, Sonder has just 3-0 to Secret Elixir too. So your winners finals will be Fortune and Sonder. In the first round of the losers bracket will be Secret Elixir and Decay.
Ooh, that'll be an interesting match. Yeah, for this set so far, it really felt like Fortune just managed to catch Decay a lot with their specials. There was a lot of crab tanks where people were just kind of in situations where they couldn't back up from them. There was situations where people end up all dropping into like the 52 gal and getting caught in the corner by Apple. And it was just really well coordinated coming out from Fortune. They just kind of ended up repeatedly locking Decay like into corners, and that's kind of what won them that set. They're going to be facing Sonder in winners finals, and we will end up seeing that one shortly.
Yeah, that one's going to be a really good set. It's I think it's going to be really good, but like you said, we talked about the two teams who are going to be in the losers bracket. Probably hasn't been stated enough, and especially with, I don't want to say how excited. I don't know if anybody's really like excited to get banned from Low Ink. I would have to assume you are, but that's obviously public knowledge.
Yeah.
Their team Twitter, they posted about it, so they've got to be feeling good about their performance today. But yeah, they will be facing, Secret Elixir will be facing a very, very tough Decay team.
Yeah, I mean, Secret Elixir has had an absolutely insane run if you haven't been following. First, 3-0ing Helios, 3-0ing 1-2 Buckle My Shoe, and then making a reverse sweep against Silly Kitties. So that's the number 2 seed, number 7 seed, and 16 seed they have taken out to make it here so far. And we want to see how far they're going to be able to take it. But first, we will be seeing that Fortune versus Sonder set.
Yeah, this will be a very fun set. Like we mentioned, Sonder, a team who's, I mean, all too familiar with just kind of being towards the top of competitive, and Fortune doing such a good job, particularly in this proving ground. So yeah, both of them, like we said, getting 3-0 wins during their semifinals, and then I don't even know if any of them have had super close sets. Actually, yeah, Sonder and Velocity, that was in round 2. That was, Sonder beat them 3-2. And then yeah, so that was close. And then Fortune, we talked about this. Fortune beating Cherry Limeade 3-2. So these teams have been in match point situations so far this tournament. But again, we mentioned the little bit of the breathing room that we have in a double LM, but you want to be the team that comes out on top and is automatically put in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the little feather in your cap, but winners finals versus losers finals, it's given yourself a whole extra set that you have to win against that same team. So it's a big difference, and both teams are going to be fighting it out here on Clamblitz Mako. I have absolutely no idea what Sonder is going to bring out in terms of the, I guess, comp dynamic. I saw what they were playing earlier, which it looks similar to what they used to play, but they kind of have been changing up their look for a bit in terms of like team composition, I think.
Yeah, I think that's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I saw them playing like Rapid Deco. I am not biased, I swear. But Henlo on the Wiper, I believe. We got a splash in there as well. We may see 2 splashes or like even a machine, who knows. But we will be seeing the same thing that we saw the previous set coming out on the other side. We actually do see the Tri-Slosher Nouveau for that Soda, and the Ballpoint coming out from Scrub here. Ballpoint via Ballpoint Wars, a familiar sight and one we should probably get used to for now, as we head into Clamblitz Mako, and already Apple gets caught off guard.
Yeah, Apple's going to get caught off guard. I do like the Tri-Slosher Nouveau pick, as you pointed out. I think Slosher is just such a good choice for this stage, was just taking control of the stack and making sure that no players can push up. And speaking of pushing up right now, it looks like on the side of Sonder, they're doing just that, pushing up, using some of that Cooler 2 to help get a power clam. They don't have any formed quite yet. We see them tossing some clams. We see a this way. We see a stamp come out, but still really no power clam formed yet. It's going to finally be formed by the basket and thrown in. 2 players down on the side of Sonder, as there's going to be no follow-up right now. Michiru's trying to find a way to camp that jump, and they are going to get it. So honestly, I think that worked. That was in Fortune's fortune for not allowing any more clams to go in.
Yeah, Fortune was able to stop that push very easily. Just a single power clam going in. A lot of that comes down to getting that pick before the hammer comes out. If the hammer comes out, it's going to be impossible to cap that get Henlo out from below that ledge. Very nice pick from Bingo there on the ballpoint, or on the inkjet, and that could headline a push in for Fortune here. They're running towards the basket with clams. They don't have a power just yet. I think they were anticipating a power to suddenly appear, and they did not have it in time, and that's going to let Scrub find two very nice picks, and that's going to turn the momentum in the other direction. Henlo are already making a beeline for the enemy spawn.
Yeah, Bingo was trying to back up. Unfortunately, there was really nowhere for them to go as the Wiper was able to just get a nice pick. And this is a situation that we had seen earlier already. Sonder just trying to find an opportunity to make a push. Scrub is going to have that power clamp 4. Now they're going to have to work with some of their specials to try and break through, waiting for that crab to run out. But now 2 players down, 3 players down on the side of Sonder. It is just going to be the Slosher, and Birch is going to have to try and find a way to stay alive or back up, and they can't do either of those things. So right now, Fortune needs to capitalize on this. Half doing such a good job forming that very fast claim, getting it in. They will need one more claim if they want to take the lead for now, but nobody's near the basket fusion.
Yeah, Sonder cleaning that up in an instant, already painting up the other side of the map. They have 5 clams and a pity in their pocket. They're going to try and take on this left side, but Apple on the 52 cal just denying that entire side of the map. And that's going to let Fortune get back in here. A lot of focus fire from the Crab and the Wiper is going to force them into a really awkward situation. And Sonder may be able to actually extend this. They have a ton of clams online, 2 down on Fortune. And this is going to let them push in, get a very large push on the board.
Yeah, they need to keep scoring these clams in. It looks like they're doing that. Henlo is there up on the side of the basket. It's so hard when you're on defense on this stage, I think, to just know where some of these clams are coming from. Toast able to get a nice power clam in, so just a few more clams on the side of Sonder. 3 players going to go down. It is just going to be the Machine who's alive. That's the wipeout. Birch with a few clams. Scrub with a few clams as well, trying to push towards the basket. And Toast able to knock it in and give Sonder the win for this game.
Wow, just the quick rebounds from getting pushed on to just getting into the enemy spawn. And you know, it's when you get to like a high enough level, it's like the pushes don't come from big misplays. It's like someone was there like half a second faster than you expected, and suddenly your entire team gets wiped because one person went down and the other people were looking, and it all snowballs from there. And that seems to be exactly what happened. Henlo and the Wiper got into the enemy spawn so quickly, they were able to take that position on the high ground by the basket, and that just kind of denied the entire space for Fortune getting back in there. So really, just kind of that small misstep ended up costing a lot of space. So, yeah, just the game was closer than it felt.
It really was. It really was. And I think Mako Clams in particular is one of those stages where if you can't identify where these clams are being thrown in, you're going to have a hard time with that, just because there's so many different angles, so many different ways that you need to watch out for. But we saw Sonder take full advantage of that and kind of like have some of their players just get some flanks, had others, get some clams, and just be aware of what specials are being used when by the other team. So a very good performance by them. And we will be moving on to, we're going back to Museum Delfonsino, but this time we're playing Splat Zones.
Yeah, zones here. Definitely a map I don't see all that often. I do remember it being Eulator's Paradise, but I don't think we're going to be seeing any Eulators. So, going to be doing a lot of lockouts with the ballpoint, trying to get onto the enemy plat. The same sort of deal we were seeing in that Clamblitz museum. But it's certainly much more of a game about getting out of your spawn, because the way you get to like your spinner is so narrow. It's going to be very difficult to like dislodge the enemy team if they're able to get up there. So we're going to be playing the waiting game by the zone and see who's able to get the first opening.
Yeah, it should be interesting. We'll see if Sonder can get that first opening once again, or if Fortune will have something up their sleeve. We saw Fortune do such a good job on this against Decay when we watched the Clamblitz game. And we'll see if they can do that again. Taking a look at these comps, once again, I don't believe we have any changes other than the Wiper Deco this time. I believed we had the Stamp before, is that correct? And now we have the Deco?
Yes, we did see the stamp before for that closer range map. Now on the larger map, we're going to be seeing the beacons, which are pretty important, as well as those missiles, of course, already making their first appearance of the game, first of many, as Apple tries to lock down this side of the map, as both teams just kind of struggle for paint in the middle of the zone, neither team trying to engage too much so far, but it looks like Fortune is going to find that first opening with 2 big picks onto Sonder.
That's right, and I mean, having controlled the zone here this early on too, I think this is where Fortune really needs to just, whatever they're channeling in right now, just keep doing it, because you are facing a very tough team who seem to get the best of them during the first game, and they are doing such a good job. They are allowing some space for some of their players to push up, but look at this, the coordination and the specials used by Sonder to just break back in is really going to help them, especially having some soda on their side too, to just give them that extra oomph. We'll see if Fortune has if they can find a way to break back in.
Yeah, already Sonder backing all the way up, trying to avoid that crab tank. They skillfully do and manage to survive. The Inkjet now trying to find a pick on the ballpoint. That squid roll is going to parry it and let them survive. Scrub trying to find something, but the spinner, as well as, I believe, the ballpoint, are able to find a nice pick and swing back the zone. Yep, there we go. They swing back the zone, and Fortune keeping it pretty even as we try and lock them out, as they try and lock Sonder out, excuse me.
Yeah, they are doing a really good job, and like kind of utilizing these specials too at intervals of keeping everybody off guard, I think, is what is helping them in this situation. And now that they're out of their penalty points, they're going to try and extend this lead as Sonder is trying to find an opportunity to break back in. 1 player is going to be down on the side of Fortune, 2 players down too. So this will be Sonder's opportunity to cap. We see Helios versus Half in a 1v1 over here on the right side. Half going to wisely jump out. That is such a difficult position to be in if you try and contest and push up. So right now, Sonder has the zone once again. I believe they are, a few of them are trying to find an opportunity that they can push up to, but Apple trying to come down, being pretty aggressive. Unfortunately for them, going to go down. Half now painting the zone. Can they paint it so it's not going to be capped in time? And no. So with that, Sonder is going to take the lead here halfway through this match.
Yeah, they do take the lead. The zone still has not been capped the other direction. Fortune trying to now shut members of Sonder out. Nice booyah in coordination with the ballpoint. Dropping is going to get a full wipeout. I believe that's the first of this game. But they're going to need to deal with those beacons. I believe that may be the only one in the middle of the map. But now with Sonder coming back out of their spawn, it's going to all be about how long they can keep them back and making sure you stay alive and safe while this is happening. Sonder seems to be gearing up for a very slow push out of their spawn. They're just kind of taking their time painting. They're okay with losing the lead. They're coming in with multiple specials. Here comes the Inkjet. Here comes the Crab Tank, as well as the Soda. We got a Jet battle. The Jet gets sniped out of the sky. The Jet also gets sniped by the Crab Tank. The specials are flying both directions, and Sonder is going to grab back the zone, but not before losing the lead.
Yeah, it looked really promising for Fortune there, but we just saw kind of the slow buildup of Sonder and doing what they do best, just unleashing at the right moments, and that's exactly what happened for them to take control of the zone. But like we said, Fortune does have the lead for this match, with 2 players down now on the side of Sonder as well. This is a very good situation for Fortune if they can contest and get this zone, get this cap, and be able to push up, and they just have a minute left to hang in there, Fusion.
Yeah, they're just trying to lock down the zone. They're just, it's not gonna be about getting holding the zone to get some extra points on the board. It's really about staying alive. The score is just gonna count down on its own. You really just need to get those specials. Make sure you're staying alive to potentially recap if you have to. But it can't even tell if Fortune's going to need that. They're going to just be painting up the left side of the zone. They do end up going 2 down. Henlo moving up, finds 1 pick, trying to find another. It's a full wipeout, and now the pressure is on. Fortune's going to have to make their way back out of their spawn very quickly. No specials online. Scrub is on the enemy plat. They're going to be slowing them down, and Fortune needs to make a mad dash for the zone.
Yeah, I like how you had your backline, the one who was most extended forward to in that situation. That just shows how comfortable they were in that position. And speaking of comfortable, looks like Fortune might be getting a little more comfortable, but can they cap this zone in time? Oh no, it doesn't look like it. It looks like the lead is going to go over to Sonder's side with just a millisecond of overlap there. Oh, Sonder snuck away with that one.
Really well played. So I think, Sonder was kind of gearing up, taking back the zone together. They weren't, it's not just about the pushes back in. It's about the Mets, baby. It's it's not just about getting the zone back as quickly as possible. They needed to get back the zone cleanly. They needed to get it back, stay alive in the process, and that's what they were able to do. They were able to just swing back in, get the zone, get a full wipe onto Fortune. I don't think they're able to do that if even like a single member of Fortune survives, because that means they have special online really early. That means the ballpoint can't get up onto the enemy plat. It's, there was one point in that game where Scrub was on like that unpaintable surface in like the far right, and they were just staying alive that entire time. Fortune was trying to pressure him, and they just spent so much time trying to get him while he was spacing them out that it let the rest of Sonder get back in and get specials. So it's just, even keeping a single person alive is so important.
Oh, it really is. And I think in those moments, especially towards the end of a game, as important as this one is too, like you said, you want a cap, but you want to do it cleanly, where you get the cap, but then you still have something you can follow up with. It's great if you can take the cap, but you're just going to give it right back up if you're going in a 2v4 type of situation. So that was very good on both sides, both teams there for that one. But yeah, Sonder just walking away in a nail biter of an ending, as Fortune were able to push up and take and contest. But we will be moving on to game 3, Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy.
Yeah, TC Inkblot, the old classic. And we're going to be seeing the same thing from both sides. I believe we may be seeing that Rapid Deco, from Scrub, that we saw earlier in the tournament. And it's going to be an interesting fight here. I think both teams are just kind of going to be scrapping, trying to get that crab into the enemy plats, onto enemy territory, and leading the way for that tower. We'll see who's going to be able to do that first, as it looks like Half's going to be able to find that first pick with the crab tank, forcing all of Sonder all the way back.
Yeah, and Sonder also going to be switching up their wiper, going to the regular wiper with the stamp, no longer going to have beacons and inkjet. So making their push right now, it looks like Fortune actually did a pretty good job approaching that first checkpoint, not quite really following up once they got there, but kind of getting a few picks along the way. 2 specials online on the side of Sonder, as right now, or for Fortune right now, as Sonder is able to kind of push up this tower. They're going to get past this checkpoint. There's just going to be Michiro who is down there, but they're going to get splatted. So this tower is still moving with Toast and Birch leading the way. Scrub trying to find an opportunity to push up, but not having much luck at this moment.
Yeah, the first checkpoint, though, is out of the way, so that's going to make it easier for Sonder's future pushes. This push is not looking like it's going to survive Toast. Now the last one, as Half tries and cleans them up, Toast is going to actually jump out in that situation. Gonna have a crab tank online sooner, and already the Rapid's back in mid to slow down the push of the tower for Fortune. So Fortune now is going to have to start from kind of square one here and clear out the enemy team. The crab and the whale come out. That's going to just pressure the enemy plat, but nobody's moving up with it just yet. But an inkjet comes in to try and clean things up. That's 1 pick, 2 picks down. Henlo trying to stop things. They get taken out as well. This is going to be a big push coming out from Fortune.
Yeah, especially with how far pushed up some of these players are. Apple wisely using the wall kind of right there just to make sure that nobody from Sonder can find any opportunity to break in. Again, they barely got past the 63 mark that they needed to do, so I think Sonder actually did a pretty good job on just responding and kind of being a little bit patient and not just throwing bodies at the enemy team. Even though they don't have the lead right now, it could have been a lot worse. There is a DC on the side of, it looks like that is going to be Fortune, as I believe they are still playing this one out right now. That's going to be the wipeout for now, as Sonder is still pushing up.
Great. Now the crab tank over into the enemy plat is not going to do anything because I completely blanked out and forgot that there was a DC. Yeah. Oopsie.
Hey, it was right. Honestly, it was like right before the allowed DC time too.
Yeah.
Regarding point. Yeah.
Or sorry. Which is the allowed DC time? I didn't realize. Was it before 3 minutes in or 2 minutes in?
It's 2:30, I believe. And our lovely TO and producer who's producing for the first time, which, by the way, shout outs to Popgun. He's the one running the stream today.
First-time producer.
First-time producer. So shout outs to him. Yes, they are going to be replaying that one. But yeah, you guys can read all the DC rules, or I could pull it up and read it for you guys too. But that's no fun, is it?
Who reads?
No,
the
it's
rules?
it's the standard. It's
Silly.
our standard rules that we have here at IPL. So if you're familiar with low ink, it's the 230 and the 50 point mark. So neither of those were satisfied. But that is going to be the DC on the one allowed DC on the side of Fortune. So if they unfortunately have another one, that match will play out. But I mean, let's talk about what we saw in that game, because Fortune was looking. Fortune was. Yeah, go on.
I want it. Sorry, this is bugging me. What's the best time to go to the dentist, Falco?
2:30.
Thank you. You can continue now.
Thank you. Yeah. Normally I don't get puns like that, so I'm glad you gave me an easy one. But no, so talking about what we saw with that, Fortune, they were really putting up a fight there against Sonder. And I mean, like, of course, like during the second game, there definitely was that the coin flip, I'll say, kind of how the game was ending. But I like what we saw so far in tower control, and it looks like our players are back in the lobby and will be hopping back into this match for the replay. Once again, game 3, Sonder leading 2-0 against Fortune.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a replay. It looked pretty even last time. Both teams kind of had opportunities to get in, but were only able to get that first check. We're going to be starting from scratch again here, so it's going to be a battle for those first checkpoints. We saw early the Crab Tank from half found a really early pick. This time it looks like Apple is going to try and go for one. They're not able to find one, but do manage to escape unscathed. And now this Crab Tank is going to pin down all of Sonder into this left side, and that's going to let them get a big opening here. A counter Crab Tank comes out from Toast, though, and that will just stop all the momentum in its tracks.
Yeah, again, this is kind of one of those moments where you touch the tower, you think, oh, can we make this push? No? Okay, well, then we got to 95, and it really doesn't matter at this point. But yeah, Sonder still trying to find an opportunity to break in, as well, as it looks like Fortune had some control. Now Sonder winning a few of their 1v1s. Scrub going to be using the Inkjet. A few players going to go down. 3 players going to go down on the side of Fortune. It's just going to be the machine, and this will be an opportunity for Sonder to push forward and pretty easily get past this first checkpoint, but I don't want to jinx anything.
Yep, seems like they're going to be able to do it. The Crab Tank leading the way for Sonder to get into this bats up here. They're able to find one pick. That could be enough for them to get up there. They're going to have to deal with the Crab Tank themselves. Scrub just trying to survive on the tower. The Crab Tank is going to stop it, but 2 members of Sonder are still up. Henlo on the hammer, not able to find anything. 2 jumps come in. They're a bit in no man's land here, and they're probably just going to get swarmed on and taken out, but Toast is going to find a pick and potentially get a second. Not quite able to do it, but that's going to stall Fortune from getting back in.
95% of the time, if you're the one backed up in that corner, you're not going to win any of those fights.
No.
So Apple did such a good job, at least just contesting. Unfortunately, going to go down a little later on, but they did amazing, just trying to stay alive there. About 3 minutes left too. Now Fortune trying to find an opportunity to take the tower. Going to be using some of their specials. 2 players down now on the side of Sonder. Michiru on the tower. We're going to see the Crab hop up on top too. Hap is going to have to go back to the tower, as Fortune able to get past this checkpoint as well. So we've definitely got a battle here, Fusion.
Yeah, we certainly do. Now, Half trying to get onto the MA Plat. They're going to try and get past a Tri-Slosher and an Inkjet, and somehow they're able to survive, leading one of the members of Sonder all the way back onto that flank and going to get a jump out. So now the tower is going to roll back into the lead, able to get to that second checkpoint. Now, Half on that Crab Tank is going to just managed to get that checkpoint somehow. My god, the Crab got hit in the face with a hammer, and they managed to survive long enough to get that check. That's going to be actually really pivotal in terms of how future pushes are going to go for Fortune. And now they have the fortune of being in the lead with less than half the game left.
Yeah, you kind of have to change your pace a little bit when you know that you're down by a checkpoint. You don't want to be too aggressive. You need to be a little more patient with some of your pushes. We're going to see a nice trade there for the ballpoint and the stamp that was thrown at them. And now Sonder is trying to make a push with half on the side of Fortune, trying to find any players to splat with the crab. Going to be just pushing forward, bowling over some of these players and staying alive, getting some picks. And between that and everything else that was going on, nobody was going to be on the tower in that moment to push it back to mid. And now it looks like Fortune's finding one more opportunity that they can try and take to maybe get some more control of mid and maybe make another push of their own.
Yeah, Fortune definitely hanging in this game significantly better. Two really quick picks coming out. Bingo on that Inkjet trying to lead the way for the rest of Fortune to move in there. Birch Sharking going to move up towards the tower, trying to get a sneaky pick or two with that tri-slosh, but they're not going to find it. Now it's 3 down, and because that check is gone, the tower is going to continue rolling on into the final checkpoint, and now the pressure's on for Sonder. They need to make a move fast. They do manage to catch that Booyah Bomb. They managed to get a kill on that checkpoint and actually stop it in time. Toast getting a whole bunch of mileage there, getting several picks, able to clean up all of Fortune and give Sonder a fighting chance as we head to the last 40 seconds.
Yeah, this is, if you want to use a sports reference, this would kind of be like the 2-minute drill of any game that's going on here. Really your one last chance when you know that you are making your push. So Sonder needs to capitalize on this. They're still going to have control of the tower, have control of mid. Some of their players using their specials. We do see the Inkjet pushed up. We also see a few players pushing up as well, extending over to the left side. Stamp going to be coming out, but 2 players now are going to go down on the side of Sonder. That's going to be the wipeout, and unless things just dramatically change in the next 5 seconds, it looks like we are going to see Fortune winning this game.
Yeah, the Inkjet likely going to solidify it, stopping Birch on the tower there, and Fortune is gonna survive and take a game off Sonder here.
Yeah, that was a very exciting game too. It feels like a little longer than what we saw just because we had the DC that kind of happened at kind of like the last minute, if you will. But Fortune just staying alive there, hanging on by a thread. But remember, this is the winner's final, so of course if you lose this, it's not over yet. And we still have a lot of good games that are coming up too, with this next one going on to Rainmaker Hagglefish.
Yeah, Rainmaker Hagglefish, that's definitely a map that can go south pretty quick. Just sudden points on the board off of that teeny little jump. But I'm curious how this is going to go, because I feel like Fortune has kind of been more of a, I don't know. I feel like they've been a little bit slower paced than Sonder's been. I feel like Sonder is definitely more of kind of like a move together death ball style.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I understand about what death ball actually means, but that's kind of how it feels like they play. They move together and they move very quickly.
Yeah, and they do it so well too. It's one thing to just have all the aggression, but it's another to be accurate and get the picks when you need to get them. So they're doing such a good job. So again, match point here for Sonder. Fortune wanting to win this one to keep this set alive as we hop into game 4.
Yep, game 4 here. It's still winner's life on the line for Fortune here. Sonder coming out with the same thing. Same with Fortune. We'll be seeing a dash for the Rainmaker here. The pop seems to be I think it's pretty important on this map, but both teams have crabs to get back in towards the mid, and Sonder seems to be the ones that are going to go for it.
Yeah, they're trying to find an opportunity, not quite towards the Rainmaker just yet, as members of Fortune were wise enough to just not put themselves in any danger at this moment. 2 specials going to be online on the side of Sonder. Crab is now going to be used, and they have a little bit more space, but you got to watch out for this ballpoint that's coming out on the side of Fortune. But they are going to go down to, I believe those were, I don't know if those were strikes. It was a little hard to see with what went on this screen. But yeah, now Sonder still making an effort to try and push forward, paving a way to this middle checkpoint here. Are they going to be able to get through it? No, they're not. Going to be going down just shy of the checkpoint at 65.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of that going on here. Now the Crab Tank trying to turn the tides, but Toast is going to sneak it in the meantime while the Crab was forced back into that corner. And the checkpoint on this map is a massive deal. It's not the hardest thing in the world to get because I think the checkpoint on like the left side is... people forget about it, but it's a really good option as well. But the checkpoint down going to be absolutely massive. Sonder is going to have an advantage going into the rest of the match with their pushes, but Decay kind of staying alive. Only 62, only that checkpoint is, you know, going to make the game relatively even, but this hammer is going to get a quick pop back, and Decay, or not Decay, yeah, wait, Fortune is going to find themselves in a position where they're going to need to really get a lot of picks if they're going to find an opening.
Yeah, and you know, they have the tools to do it. We've seen it before in the last 2 games, but right now it looks like this is all Sonder with a few players on Fortune going to go down. The Crab is going to run out. Birch has the Rainmaker, just trying to get a feel, maybe get a pick here or two, with not a ton of paint in front of the Rainmaker, but we do see Henlo trying to find an opportunity to push up. Birch going to almost make that jump, but going to go down just shy. And Henlo's doing such a good job getting some of these picks. Now in a 2v1, then going to go down. Rainmaker is going to touch that platform, pushing it all the way to 33, so that is going to be big. But now a lot of players on Sonder were going to go down, but not before Stamp comes out too and tries to get a few picks. And like we said, here's the strategy of going on the left side. It's a little bit trickier with how congested it can be after the checkpoint, but yeah, not something we see teams go for very often.
Yeah, once they know you're there, it can be easy. It's a good option to fake people out going mid and then going here, or vice versa. Now Toast stuck over on that bottom left side. The Rainmaker now comes back up to mid, and they find themselves in a numbers advantage. The Soda comes out as a bit of a wall there, countering the other splash wall as Henlo comes back in, tries to slow down this push. Now is going to find themselves on the flank. There's not really going to be anyone helping the Rainmaker get to the checkpoint, and it's going to get shut down by Inkjet. And now Sonder able to stop the Rainmaker before the checkpoint. 2 minutes left in the game. They have pretty good control, and they're really just going to kind of paint up. This is kind of when you start seeing the Rainmaker get dropped onto that left side by the defending team and trying to play defense from there if they do ever have to grab it.
Yeah, and it's a wise thing to do because it's just so hard to push back when you need to have the Rainmaker to try and push up. And like you said, that's something we might see kind of later on in this game if Sonder can put themselves in that position. But right now, Fortune actually in a good position to get their checkpoint and potentially more, with still having a player advantage. Half going to be throwing a few bombs up there. Ooh, going to be picking it up, but just wisely avoiding some of those shots there too and staying alive. So 2 players down now on the side of... oh, and it looks like they do make it and they take the lead. 2 players were down on the side of Sonder. Fortune able to take the lead here just by 3 points with about a minute left, Fusion.
Oh, that huge jump, netting like 30 plus points on the board, and that's kind of what's so scary about this map. You just need to be wary and just careful, watching that edge at all times. And now Sonder is going to need to make a really quick bounce back. Henlo coming in with 1 pick. They're behind the Crab. They're going to try and find a pick. They haven't found it just yet. The Rainmaker ends up getting taken down. Now that's 3 down onto Fortune. The Rainmaker and Sonder are still alive. They're going to grab it and take the lead before they get taken out. It's not over yet. Sonder is going to get a repop, run it for some extra mileage. That's going to be a big lead take back from Sonder. Now they are the ones with the lead, and the pressure is suddenly back onto Fortune. They need to get a huge push here if they want to win this.
They certainly do, and it's hard with just about 10 seconds because you know the next time you pick up the Rainmaker, and it looks like it might reset, but no, Bingo's going to be picking it up. That's wise. You don't want it to reset while every member of Sonder is just right by mid. This is going to be a major uphill battle for the side of Fortune. Half trying to lead the way. Michiru's now there in mid as well, but players on Sonder just being very patient, backing up, building their specials, saying, hey, come to us. We're ready for you. We'll give you the space that you need. As Bingo's still just trying to find a way to break in. You don't want to get too close too soon, but this is a tough decision to be in as 2 players going to go down. Unfortunately for them, going to have to drop left. They're the only ones going to be alive, and they're going to be able to find a way to get that pick. So Sonder walking away with that one in a good comeback fashion, winning this set 3-1.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, that was crazy. They stormed back and got back that lead so quickly. And just the speed at which they play is very impressive. I think what surprised me most, though, was after they got the checkpoint, or not the checkpoint, excuse me, after they died with the Rainmaker, like in that corner, they also stayed alive and were able to just win their fights. I think a lot of people on defense, it's so easy on maps like this, or like Humpback, or to just like dive at the Rainmaker. You know, there's really important spots where you need to stop the Rainmaker, and then everyone wants to dive at it. And, you know, you can kind of like bait the enemy team into doing that. That's why like what Tri-Slasher kind of like feasts on. And I think we saw Birch getting a couple big picks in that situation. So props to Sonder. They'll be in grand finals, as we're going to head down for a rematch of Fortune versus Decay in losers finals.
Yeah, Decay beating Secret Elixir in the round 1 of losers finals 2-0. So the run that they had, they've got to be proud of themselves. Of course, we mentioned before, probably I would be surprised if they weren't the first low ink eligible team to make it in top 4. I don't think that was ever even a thought for a lot of teams at that point. But they've definitely got to be proud of themselves. But yes, like you said, we will be seeing the rematch from what we saw in set 1 of the top 4, where Fortune defeated Decay 3-0.
Yeah, we'll see if Decay is able to find their stride yet again, because Fortune definitely looked very strong in the previous set as well as this one.
Yeah, they certainly have. And I mean, again, anytime you're in this position too, in the top 4, it's a whole different game. It's a whole different ballpark. It's like a mental reset, I think, too. With like the first goal is in this tournament is to make the top 4, and then you can kind of think about you know, what your next steps are at that point, just because things are going to be different. And speaking of different, since this is losers round 2, this is only going to be a best of 3. So even more at stake here. You win 2, you're in. You lose 2, you're out. And if you win, you get to face Sonder.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to have your A game on, because very little room for error. It's a best of 3, so going to need to come off strong, as we're going to be seeing, I believe, Clamblet's Humpback as our first game, which I have not seen yet in Splatoon 3.
Yeah, you know, I've played a few rounds of it just as it popped up in series and open and whatnot, and really not much has changed from Splatoon 2. But of course, it's different regarding the weapons and subs and specials that all the weapons have. But this stage in particular, if you drop below your basket on defense and somebody scores and you don't know where they're scoring from, it is a long road back to your basket. You either got to jump out or you got to take the long way along the left side to try and go there. So one of those stages, you just always got to be on your toes and make sure you're in a good position to defend. And it's I mean, a lot of people, I don't know how thrilled they were about this stage coming back in general, but I like seeing it for the nostalgia. But it's it feels like Splatoon 2's back.
Yeah, something that scares me a little bit about this map that wasn't in Splatoon 2 was the crab tank. And what you know how it was a little bit of a death zone between Made and the basket, and it was so hard to run for it?
Mm-hmm.
Now that there's crab tanks, it's gonna be even harder to try and get through. I can't even possibly imagine how you expect to like brute force your way through there. I think even a Tentabrella is going to get shredded. So we'll see what teams really are going to bring to the table here, because that may make like plays like the right flank, which we didn't see all that often in Splatoon 2. A little bit stronger in this game. We'll have to see though.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think too, like, since we saw these two teams play, some of the weapon choices that we saw, I think from Decay, you know, we had the Tetras, there was another weapon that was a little more unconventional.
Octobrush?
The Octobrush, yes. So getting those tricky positions, and of course, like, you talk about having a brush on Clamblitz, that's kind of, if there's any mode that you're going to have a brush, it's probably going to be on Clamblitz anyways, so looking forward to seeing if Decay is going to stick with that option, and we've kind of seen, you know, the brute force comp that comes out from the side of Decay.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a very good Octobrush map. A lot of curves could help you take advantage of that. Also, a good Tetra map, I would probably say. Just a lot of curves where you can avoid shots and corners where you can just roll around. But I'm not a Tetra main. We'll have to take it from them. Actually, never mind. There's not going to be a Tetra in sight. We're going to be seeing that zap for even more Octobrush Ballpoint and 52 from Decay, trying to just stay alive, stay resilient, and keep up the pace.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Axiom did during Game 3 of that first set that we watched, which happened to be on Splatoon's Inkblot. But yeah, we're not going to see those Tetras like we mentioned. But yeah, still having the Octobrush, that's going to be something that they're going to have to look out for. I think especially, yeah, on the side of Fortune, just being aware of where anybody could be zip casting from. But look at this map control that's already being already being handled for Fortune, getting some really good picks. A few of their players are going to go down. Half is going to be sitting with 7 claims right now, finding an opportunity to sneak in and score, and now going to be leaving on this side to try and just back up into mid, get a reset. Can they take down Axiom? Yes, they can. I believe that was a burst bomb that got them. So there's going to be no follow-up there for the side of Fortune, but just kind of getting that early basket in.
Yeah, a solid claim to start off the game. They're Nilla getting a pick, but not able to find it too cleanly now. Daybrim with the Inkjet, not able to find one, but they're able to scare multiple members of Fortune out of mid. This is going to let Decay move back into the middle of the map, but unfortunately Bingo does manage to actually find a very nice shot onto Junkie, and that is going to stop all of the momentum Decay might have had there. 2 down, the Crab Tank as well for extra measure, and now Fortune gearing up for a potential bigger push, but Half finally getting that power claim, but there's nothing else on the board, it seems, for Fortune.
Yeah, they are in a better position this time to get some more clams in. We see Half trying to push in, and yes, they can. But really, like you said, no other members were anywhere else. You really got to just watch out for Half, because you never know where they will be sneaking and pushing from, too. So you keep this up. It's the slow burn push. It's just, we're going to pop your basket open once every minute and maybe get 1 or 2 follow-up clams and make you scramble the whole time. That is a valid way to play this mode.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty difficult to get to the enemy basket, like, unseen or uncontested. And, oh my god, 2 Inkjets pop simultaneously. Daybrim's going to be the one coming out on top there, and that is going to stop a potential Fortune push. Now, Daybrim locking down the left side, not able to help their teammate in time, unfortunately, but it looks like they're going to slow Fortune down at least, but not before. Looks like Apple gets a very nice pick, the double team on the right side. Not too many claims on the board, but a lot of player advantage. Never mind, I said that, but then 3 members go down onto Fortune, and now Decay is clawing back towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, they are really trying to find a way that they can push in, but Fortune just like not letting go any of the momentum that they've had really this game. Just having control, and you don't need the impressive pushes where you're using all of your specials and getting all the way down. And look at this, just Half. Once again, I know we've been talking about Half a lot this game, but they are the ones making the big plays in this game, kind of getting some of these scores in. But yeah, the basket's once again going to open. You have a few follow-up claims, really not much, but again, the more you make a Decay scramble, especially now that we are in the last 2 minutes of this match, Decays, they're going to have to find a way to break in. Now, it's not going to be impossible. You need 2 power claims and a little bit to follow up with. But based on what we've seen so far, and here's once again the push, maybe that we're going to see from Half. Are they going to have a jump? No, they're going to be flanking and pushing down and then getting this claim in. But yeah, this is wild, Fusion.
How many times is Half going to sneak in with 7 clams and then make the power right in front of the basket and just keep up the pressure for Fortune? It's actually kind of ridiculous. It's happened repeatedly throughout this game, and Decay's just been unable to answer it. Now the push is actually being extended. Half on this left side, running in with some extra clams on the board, bringing the score down below 20. Now, with the ballpoint left up in mid, Decay is going to have to really clear out Fortune if they're going to want to make a push. 82 is a huge push that Decay is going to need if they're going to want to get in, but there's another member of Fortune behind them. It's Apple and the 52 gal, and that is going to make it almost impossible for them to just circle back and get him. Decay has just been, they're just getting circled around in mid consistently and getting power claims snuck in, and just, Fortune has just been in control of this game so far.
Yeah, and it's hard because like none of these teams have had, I don't think, a ton of time to experiment with this map and mode. It's a mix of like muscle memory of Splatoon 2 or just the fact that in this particular case, Fortune is really doing a good job. But now Decay is actually going to get some picks here. 2 players going to go down. They might be in a position to score here if they can find a way to the basket. Junkie going to be pushing up from that Zipcaster. Axiom is going to be throwing in the claim. There is going to be a DC on the side of Fortune here. I'd be amazed if it's enough to really matter at this point, but I could be wrong. And I mean, Axiom's still throwing some claims in. 2 players down now on the side of Decay. 3 players down. It's just going to be Nilla the Gal who's going to get 1 pick. They have no claims. There are going to be some jumps who are coming in. Nilla's staying alive for quite some time, but that is going to be the game with the basket closing. So what a... That was a weird ending, Fusion.
Yeah, man, that's like nightmarish when it's just any ranked mode, honestly, and you're trying to defend in overtime and you get a DC on your team. Oh my goodness. But great job from Fortune, able to hang on despite that. They were able to clear out members of Decay who were just kind of rushing for the basket to get some extra points on the board, but they needed a heck of a lot more, a lot of clams because of the huge lead that Fortune built up throughout the game. Just getting those consistent like 1 or 2 power clams in was what enabled them to just really hang on at the end.
Yeah, and it's the slow burn that that Fortune just did so well. Of course, we mentioned led by half. Obviously, the support of their teammates too, but that I think that does more for the enemy team, or the enemy team, the other team, the team who's losing in that position, because it changes your attitude. It changes your way of thinking of they're getting these chip damage pushes. We need to find a way that we can stop them. We don't need an amazing push. We just need to play better defense at this point. And that's like our first starting point.
Yeah, I mean, better defense is, it can kind of feel really annoying when you only get the small power claims in, because like if they score 1 power claim, they effectively get 10 points because you get 20 and then 10 penalty. So, and they're giving you a power claim. So it's extremely frustrating when you just try and you're trying to defend and they just keep scoring and you get a power claim every time and you're not able to do anything with it because you're not able to like get that push going yourself. But at the same time, like the fact that keeps happening means, okay, we're going to have the pity clam like on board consistently. We have the clams that we need, so Clamblitz kind of giving you the pity gives you like a shot to get back in the game, which is kind of, it nerfs the slow burn a little bit, but it can definitely still work if you're just going to control the game as well as Fortune did there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, even when you do get a pity clam, you always have to think, what do we want to do with this? Are we going to use this right now and try and push up, or are we going to save it for when we score and have somebody else to jump in with it? Because having a power claim is a permanent point sensor on you in the game. So, and what we saw have to very well is they never had power claims for very long at all. It was always, I'm going to pick up my 8th right in front of the basket and score. That way they have no idea, they can't see it coming. So just tons of different approaches that you can take with that. So we will be moving on to our next game, which will be Splat Zones on Hagglefish. And remember, this is a best of 3 in this situation. So with Fortune up 1-0 over Decay, Decay is going to need to they're going to need to win this game if they want to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, best of 3, it's going to not be very forgiving, but Decay they definitely have a shot at it, I'd say. Fortune is going to make it very difficult for them. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do, as our next map is going to be Zones on Hagglefish. So better make something happen quick, because on Zones, it could be over in a flash.
Yeah, it can. This one it's easy once you kind of put yourselves in a position to just lock out the enemy team, and it can be very hard to come back from. And we've seen how well Fortune has been able to do in their lockouts, especially in the Splat Zones Inkblot game, kind of putting a few of their players up on mid and pushing up with their Inkjets. And Decay, they did have a hard time to break back in, but they also put up a fight a few times too.
Yeah, they definitely had a little bit of a hard time getting back in, but Humpback is just such a wide map. It can be difficult to kind of control the entire map unless you really are painting an absolute boatload. And I think, on a smaller map where the painting is going to be very, very concentrated into that middle of the zone, they can kind of play a little bit more with their, oh no.
A little but yeah, we're waiting on one more to ready up here as these teams are getting ready. We did have a lot of their players hop in pretty quickly, so we're always appreciative of that whenever a DC happens. So but yeah, we will be hopping into game 2 here pretty shortly. Really enjoyed what I have been seeing from both of these teams, even though in this first game, kind of been going in the favor of Fortune. It worked out in Fortune's fortune there, but Decay definitely still has something up their sleeve. And we'll take a look at the comps here, as we're going to see, I believe that is the regular, it's just going to be an ink brush that's going to be coming out now on the side of, that is going to be on Decay. So ditching the Octo Brush, using the ink brush with Splat Bombs and Killer Whales too. And now we see, it looks like, Fortune trying to get an early flank here, but not going to be able to really do much here. And I'm going to apologize to our streamer right now. It is very choppy for us to see on the stream, but I'm going to be doing my best here, as I believe that it's going to be Fortune who has control of the zone. Some of the rain is going to be coming in from the side of Decay as well, but not without a few members from Fortune pushing in. So they're setting themselves up pretty well in this position. Michiru going to be throwing a Booyah Bomb. 2 players on the side of Fortune going to be going down.
Okay, now I am back. Decay is moving back into the zone here, trying to get a little bit of a flank on the side. They're managing to find 2 picks here. Apple, or sorry, that's not Apple. That's Half, I believe. Or, yeah, Half on the Crab is going to be able to find a nice pick and stop Decay's hold here, trying to contest that Octo Brush, able to survive that encounter. And now Fortune still has the zone, but they're seeming to have a little bit of a harder time against Decay so far.
Yeah, they really are. They are doing a better job in this position, but I mean, we've seen just kind of these picks one by one, especially with just what happened right now. That's going to be a delayed wipe on the side of Decay. So Fortune's going to try and benefit from that as they do start this lockout phase. Apple is now going to be trying to push forward and get some picks, but not going to get some. The rain is now going to be coming out on the side of Decay as they're going to be trying to push forward as well, but this is still going to be a very difficult opportunity for them as you see these ends up trying to push in, but right now Fortune doing such a good job.
Yeah, now Junkie over trying to flank on the side of the map, but they're being eyed up by Half. They're taken out in time. Now there's actually 2 members down onto Fortune. Half trying to paint the zone. They're contesting it so well, but they're going to be forced out. Decay is going to cap the zone, give themselves another shot, a breath of fresh air. No, another breath. I don't know the metaphor. Anyways, Decay is going to grab back the zone, but they're going to end up going 2 down in the process, not able to lock out Fortune, and that's kind of been the difficult part so far. They're able to get back into the middle of the map, but not any further than that, and that pick on the Crab Tank is going to put them so far behind in terms of specials, but there's quite a bit of penalty points at least.
Yeah, there really are, but Fortune, I still think they are in a good position, even though they do have some of their players down, because they've been able to hold on to this zone for so long at this point. But now Decay is still trying to find an opportunity, once again, using the rain. This might be enough to cap. They are going to be trying to find some of these picks, some of these jumps, too. And look at that. That is going to be a wipeout. So, wow. Just when we thought Decay might have an opportunity to break back in, I believe that is going to be the triple for Apple, who is going to be getting that. Now watching this Crab and getting them too, so that could be the quad. A brush, there's the 5th. Are they going to get the 6th? There's a 6, and that's, you don't need more than that. You're going to get your GGs right there.
Yeah, that's going to be on twitter.com and in the Plus server bio and on their resume. It's going to be everywhere. Very nice cleanup at the end there from Apple on the 52 gal. So Fortune is going to, prove they're the stronger team, it seems, and move back for yet another rematch against Sonder in Grands.
They will. And the winners finals where Fortune and Sonder faced each other. Sonder won that set 3-1 with some very close games, especially that game 4 that was a nail biter. It was so close at that point, which was, I believe, Rainmaker on Hagglefish. But yeah, we will be going into the grand finals, Sonder versus Fortune, with going back to best of 5, of course, now that this is the grand finals, and we will be starting off with Rainmaker Hagglefish, but we'll hopefully for Sonder, hopefully they're staying fresh. They had a little bit of a break, but they've been here before. They've been in this position.
Yeah, I mean, it could be worse. They could be sitting here waiting for the next match for an hour. It's thankfully that one's over in a jiffy, and Sonder's just going to be back on their feet. That was just a couple games in Anarchy Open,
Yeah,
or maybe they're playing Big Run, getting an early advance on their egg count.
They could. I hit my 2400 because of course the points you get, the rewards are doubled, that your points. And after I hit the 24, I was like, you know what? I think I'm good for now. And of course I had to commentate too, so it ended literally at like the perfect time for me. But yeah, it's definitely get some Big Run games if you guys haven't yet. It's interesting. I can't say it's easy. I had a pretty difficult time with it, but I always enjoy watching people play it too.
You're either a, oh boy, it's Big Run person, or you're a thank God Undertow isn't in ranks person. So whichever one you are, you're having a good weekend. Anyhow, yeah, we're gonna be seeing finals, best of 5, and Fortune's gonna need to win 2 sets if they want to take this tournament from what looks like, this looks to be Sonder's tournament, and it's gonna be on Fortune to take it from them.
Yeah, and kind of looking at the paths of these two teams, we mentioned it a little bit before, but let's see, I'll pull that up here. Fortune getting, their 3-0 win over Cherry Blossom Mafia, then defeating Octopi 3-1, who Octopi was able to get a win against Fortune, and then the nail-biter set between Fortune and Cherry Limeade, with Fortune winning that one 3-0. Sonder, a little more of a cleaner path. They definitely struggled against Velocity a little bit, but, won that in a game 5. That was the only set other than the semifinals where there was anything other than a 3-0, or winners finals other than a 3-0, where Fortune, the team they're about to face, got a game off of them.
Yeah, Fortune definitely looked like they had a shot against Sonder. It felt a little bit difficult, but I feel like they could possibly make it happen. It looks like we're going to be going back to Rainmaker Hagglefish. So that will be that was the one we saw them play just at the end of the previous set, where Sonder managed to just grab it back in overtime, or just before overtime, against Fortune. So we'll see whether teams have kind of learned anything or adapted in any way. I fail to see what they're going to adapt off there. It felt like Sonder just kind of turned it up to 11 and moved in extremely quickly. So perhaps Fortune will have to just up the pace.
Yeah, I like that we're starting with this one too. It could be like a little bit of unfinished business for the side of Fortune, of they had control at the end of the game, but yeah, Sonder able to just kind of sneak it through. Yeah, this one I couldn't ask for a better one to open with on for our grand finals.
Yeah, definitely is going to be a good one.
Yeah, some of our players now getting into the lobby. And this is actually going to be a really busy weekend for Splatoon, which I'm so happy about, because tomorrow on this channel we're going to have SAC. I know a lot of players who are watching now. They're going to be looking forward to it too, and a few other tournaments that are going to be going on for different organizations. So it is a good weekend in Splatoon Fusion.
It is. We've got that, and the Nintendo tournaments, and Big Run, and no Undertow and ranked. There's a lot of things going for us. I like Undertow Rainmaker.
Oh, that one's acceptable too. Yeah, I that one we do see pretty often. But yeah, Little Squid League also happening tomorrow as well. So yeah, plenty of good opportunities for anybody to get games in, no matter your skill level. So, but speaking of skill level, we're at the top of this tournament here in Grand Finals, and Sonder and Fortune going to be battling it out. So, again, I think at this point you just kind of know what you need to do, and you just execute it. That's just your agenda. You don't want to think things. You don't want to be too sidetracked. You don't want to think things too deep. You just want to get your wins.
Yeah, it's getting to that point. We're just gonna try and get out as quickly as possible. Sonder's gonna try and turn up the pace, win these 3 games as quickly as humanly possible. And they're going for this pop on the map yet again. You're gonna have an early advantage in the middle of the map as the dueling crabs are undoubtedly coming out yet again, but the ball points on Sonder ends up going down.
Yeah, their ball point's going to go down. We're going to see if one more is going to go down, and they are. We're going to have a 2v2 situation in mid with a little bit of a delayed push there. So now it looks like half is going to be picking it up for Fortune, going to be getting that left side checkpoint. So not opting to go to mid. You know, this one, it's a little kind of easier maybe to get, but harder to follow up on. You need to really coordinate and push as a team. And we do see Sonder there getting that pop. Having the ballpoint push up using their inkjet. 2 players are going to be spotted here on this right side. Scrub is not going to get one of them, but look at this. Half just sneaks past how they snuck past them. Oh my gosh, and going backwards and trying to get some more speed. I thought the inkjet would have spotted them, but I guess they didn't. So very good maneuver, getting all the way to 11.
Oh my god. We saw them sneak under the inkjet completely unspotted, and just that gives like 50 points on the board for Fortune, and this completely changes the way they play the game. They no longer have to worry about the jump, right? The jump is not enough. They can even play back from the jump. They have that opportunity now. So stopping Sonder at the checkpoint is just a luxury, but they're going to be able to do it anyways. Birch is in their spawn, but ends up getting taken out, as it looks like Fortune is going to end up surviving, getting some paints back on the map, but a duel with the crab is going to help Sonder actually manage to get that checkpoint, surprisingly.
Yeah, they now have the manpower and the paint and support to get a good push if they can, but they're going to have to watch out for some of these specials coming out on the side of Fortune. One of them is going to go down. They're going to get the pop as well. So now just trying to find a way to break up and maybe get some splats here and there and get control of mid. Apple just waiting for somebody to have themselves DC, I guess. And but this game has to play out. We saw one of the teams get all the way to 11, and unfortunately for Fortune, it is going to be one of their players. So this is going to put Sonder in a much better position. Whether it's one that they thought that they would be in or not, I don't really know. I don't think they care at this point either, as they're just going to try and get this win.
Oh boy, that's an interesting situation. The Rainmaker already making the jump. Machiro trying to stop it. It's not going to stop the Rain. Oh, never mind. It is able to stop the Rainmaker in time, but Sonder's going to go for the pop. It looks like they're going to get it. Try and get that point on the board. They get it and get the knockout.
Man, it is interesting. So here's the thing. I thought Apple was just like trying to do like a just like sharking a little bit when they were just kind of hiding on that ledge, and then we saw the camera immediately flick to spawn, which is what happens when somebody DCs and you're specking them. So that's unfortunate for Fortune, but it's hey, we've all been in there before. We've seen how that goes. Very impressive plays by them, but it always leaves you wondering what could have happened if this were to play out in a 4v4 situation.
Yeah, it's you wish you could have seen it, and the DCs are unfortunate, but it seems like the DCs have kind of been something that's been happening with Fortune, and I mean, what can you do? Sonder's going to take that game. I think neither team wants to just go on for infinite replays, but getting the last member back into the lobby, and then we'll be hopping into the next game. See if Fortune can rebound, because they definitely looked pretty good in that game, especially getting that sneaky push. But I don't think it'll be game 5 if we go to Rainmaker again. But I don't think Sonder's going to make that mistake again.
No, I don't think so either. And I mean, we're moving on to a mode now where we saw, again, it was Half who picked up the Rainmaker with the sneaky play. We're moving on to Clam Blitz, which, we saw how Fortune played against Decay with kind of getting those very, very sneaky clam pushes too. But I mean, at this level too, and kind of learning from what you saw in the last game, you just got to be on your toes and just always have to be aware of everything that's around you.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing somewhere, maybe it was like a video that someone posted about like, stop getting the Rainmaker snuck behind you. Pick up the Rainmaker if you pop it on defense. Or it was like a post or something going around. Yeah, rings truer than ever. Especially if you're going to put yourself in like a special that like takes you away from a situation like Zip or Jet.
Yeah. Definitely. It's those can be tricky positions to be in. But yeah, moving on to Clam Blitz Museum. Again, these teams really haven't changed up from their comps at all with anything that they've done. So I don't think it's even really worth us kind of speculating what we could see, what we might see. They've been pretty comfortable in their roles, pretty comfortable with their weapon choices as well. So it's just a matter of execution at this point.
Yeah. Execution and internet connection. We will see what happens.
Arguably one more important than the other for the benefit of your team. But
anyone got that one picture of the Ethernet cord or Ethernet adapter?
We'll need it. We'll need it here as we hop into game 2. Once again, Clam Blitz Museum D'Alfonsino. Again, choices, really nothing different on the side of Fortune and Sonder. Believe this is what we've seen quite a few times as well.
Yep. Seems like both teams are just sticking with their guns here. And we'll see what happens here because that first game definitely looked like it could go either way. Hoping for no DCs in this one, but both teams just going to kind of start off with that early crab as they have certainly done before. Half on top mid as they've done repeatedly. Now Toast actually waiting out the crab to use a crab of their own, and it pays off in droves. Yeah, Toast managed to find a pick, help their team get in, and Henlo now has almost a power clam online as Sonder sneaking onto the enemy plot on the left side is going to be able to get a first power clam in.
Yeah, that is a really smart move. And I like the patience of the crab because a lot of times you think, oh, I need to get my crab first to get some paint and to push. But if you use your crab at the moment where you know that the other crab is going to be running out and they're kind of like stuck in a little bit, you're going to be able to splat them. And there's finally going to be the wipeout that was much needed for the side of Fortune, as Sonder was making such a good push, getting all the way down to 41. And look at this, Fortune just ready to go, getting some picks, getting this clam in, and using the crab up here on their enemy spinner as well.
Yeah, that's going to help get another power clam in for Decay, or not Decay, Fortune, excuse me. Fortune's able to get a few more clams in, not enough to take back the lead, but a big push is going to net them a nearly even game, and now they don't need to worry about such a huge push on the board. They're only going to need 2 power clams to take back that lead, and that's a kind of situation you're okay with. You generally manage to rack up 2 clams whenever you get a push going, so they're going to take that with a very nice aggressive play from Half there.
Yeah, now with just about 3 minutes left, we saw both teams really have an opportunity to push and get some scores in, with Sonder just getting the edge on that one, getting a few more clams. And speaking of Sonder, 3 specials online. One of their players are going to go down. They still have the Inkjet, they still have the crab, and we're going to see Birch trying to be aggressive here, trying to push up and taking down some of the members, but it wasn't going to happen. Bingo trying to take down Scrub, who is going as an Inkjet, and they are going to get splatted as well. Stamp going to come out. Stamp is going to get splatted. Now it's just going to be one player alive on the side of Fortune, as Sonder needs to capitalize on this, as Fortune trying to jump in.
Oh, the drop roller not going to save the ball point there. Now Sonder racking up quite a few clams in the middle of the map. They have a crab basically online now. and they are going to be using that in order to get back in here. Toast already on top mid, giving away their clams, going to lead the team in with this crab tank, but it looks like Fortune's going to play really far back, and they're going to dodge the crab tank as well as the inkjet in the process. A power clam is going to go into the basket, but that's not enough to get any points on the board, so it's going to work out really well for them. 3 down. Now Birch is the last one. They're going to have to run out of this situation. They end up getting taken out, and suddenly Fortune is running onto the enemy plat, moving with all the momentum of a I don't know, rocket ship, and they're going to start a push of their own with a pity in their pocket.
Yeah, definitely pros and cons of scoring, but not scoring enough to get rid of your penalty points. Of course, when the enemy basket's open, your basket's not open, which is great. But then at the same time, you allow some of the enemy team to just push up when, they get 3 of your players, and that's exactly what happened with Fortune, putting themselves in this pretty good position, not having any power claims, but we're just seeing Sonder just having the slight edge on these 1v1s, getting a few of these picks, and that's what's making it a little bit difficult for Fortune, but they have 12 clams on their side. If they can form a clam and get a push, there is definitely an opportunity for them to take the lead, as we've just about 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, just 1 minute remaining. Fortune still needs to make that push, but it could happen here. That's 1 down, and Inkjet leading the way. The power clam's now going to run in. That's 2 down. It's just the Inkjet left. Toast is going to get into a very good position, but they're going to possibly be forced out as long as Fortune does not rush this, and they don't. They manage to get ahead with that 52 gal splash roll. That's going to lead a bunch of clams in. That's going to be the lead for Fortune. They have the pity clam waiting in the back, but that doesn't. That's not going to let them get it in. No one's close enough to the basket, but that's a huge play, huge push and lead from them. Now Sonder needs to make a move with only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, that was a really important push for Fortune, as of course, like, just this late in the game too, taking the lead, and now putting Sonder in a position where they probably didn't think they would be in maybe this late in the game, or they haven't had enough time to play offense. But Henlo coming up with a stamp. They are going to be going down. We do see the ballpoint has a power clam as we are going to approach overtime. They're going to need a power clam and then a few more clams if they want to take the lead. 4v4 right now. Scrub trying to get some splats as Birch is holding onto the power claim. 1 player down now, but no, they're going to be going down. There's another power claim that's formed and is going to score, but it's just going to be the wiper. Can Henlo pick up this power claim and get it in? No, they are going to get splatted. That is going to be the wipeout, and it looks like from here, Fortune will be winning this one and tying the set up 1-1.
Wow. Nice job from Fortune, managing to come out with that game after a very nice clutch play towards the end there. And I like the preemptive specials, kind of shutting down Saunders' push before it happens. You can kind of use the timer as like normally you can either go in or you can wait, but with the overtime timer ticking down, the enemy really has no choice. They have to go in. You can shoot that inkjet around the corner, because if they don't run around the corner, they're not going to make it in time. So a really good play from Fortune there.
Yeah, all the pushes that Sonder made, we talked about how they were kind of winning the 1v1s in that situation and just always had the slight edge on whether it was map control, just getting the 1v1s, and that's what put them in the lead just about 4 minutes into the game and having control that entire time. But just goes to show, all it takes is one good push from any team, and Fortune definitely benefited from that, as they were able to get a few picks here and there and able to take the lead. But you talk about how fast you have to change your approach and change what you plan on doing in the game when you're put in those positions, because if you have your mindset focused on one portion of the objective the entire time and then you quickly have to switch, that can be very difficult. But Fortune did such a good job with that game.
Yeah, they certainly did. Now we're going to be taking it back to zones on Inkblot Art Academy. Definitely going to be a less fast-paced map. I think it's really going to be all about those lockouts, and both teams have kind of shown that they're very deliberate with like their specials, particularly the crab tank. It feels like Fortune is always coming out with the crab tank very early. Toast seem to kind of use it more as like a counter to other specials, and we'll see how that kind of pays off here. I would not be surprised if we just see like a run-in crab tank from top mid or something at the start of the game.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw Half do when they were facing the Decay. That's exactly what happened. So it's very possible. But look at this, we're gonna see the Anarchy Nova come out on the side of Sonder.
Ooh, that's a fun pick. We also see the Wiper Deco with those beacons and missiles. That's going to be an interesting pick here for sure. This is a much slower angle coming out from Sonder here. A much more, I think, painty angle. And it seems like they're going to leverage that, kind of wait out until they get multiple specials online. And they're going to pressure Fortune back onto their plat. Not able to find too many picks in the process, but this crab tag could be what finds those picks. Toast is not going to find one. I'm surprised that did not kill, but here we go as Sonder is not going to find anything off those specials. Now with specials coming in from Fortune, the tables may be turning.
Yeah, you talk about the Anarchy Nova just having a lot of paint output and chip damage potential. We're going to be seeing ink mines come out from them too, but yeah, having kind of that double inkjet is going to be something that I think they want to try and capitalize on this map in particular. But right now, I mean, a few players are going to be down on the side of Sonder, whereas they still have control of the zone. I'm kind of surprised that that Fortune hadn't found really an opportunity to cap the zone when they had the player advantage, but look at this. Sonder is just right back in it right now as we had seen before. Going to be throwing the Booyah in that back corner. One player down now on the side of Fortune. And we see Apple here in mid. Can Apple stay alive and get some picks? Yes, they can. I don't know if they're going to find an opportunity to cap the zone fusion.
Don't think they are, but the zone goes neutral suddenly. Ooh. But those picks on the zone are going to solidify it. Sonder manages to just lock out Fortune like without a word. It just did not feel like Fortune was present at all that game. It was, were they getting spawn camped or were they just getting stuffed out? Because it felt like Sonder just took that game with ease.
Yeah, there was one moment I think where they had a player advantage, and I don't know if they were too focused on trying to get the kills rather than painting the zone where they could have contested. They probably wanted to make sure it wasn't just going to be a cap and then recapped by the other team and essentially put yourself in a position where Sonder could then push up even further. But yeah, that was very difficult. But I was hoping we were able to see more from the Anarchy Nova, but with how quickly that game went by, it unfortunately didn't come up. But fortunately for Sonder, hey, they're up 2-0 and they are now in match point of winning Proving Grounds 14.
Hey, Anarchy Nova has 100% win rate. There we go. I bet Splash only has a 50% win rate.
There you go.
That would be crazy. Yeah, we're going to be moving on to Tower Control Undertow, which is not in the rotation this weekend because the Salmonids have taken it over. But Sonder now, he's going to be taking it over themselves, potentially. If they are able to, they do win this tournament. So Fortune is going to need to make a move, but TC Undertow can end in a moment. Once you get past like that second check, it's kind of, it's do or die. The tower goes right by your spawn, but also you can easily get stuck in it. So we'll see which team is going to be able to do it. I'm not anticipating Sonder to stick with like a Nova or anything. I'm anticipating them to kind of go back to what they've been running on TC with that Rapid.
Yeah, no, exactly. I completely agree with that. And yeah, they're sticking with the Wiper Deco, which is going to have the missiles. But yeah, then kind of the same comp that we had seen from them before.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea with the beacons. I think can be very useful on this map as well. And neither team is going to start off too early. It feels like Fortune in previous sets was more aggressive, but now they're kind of farming their specials at the start of the match to realize that running directly into Sonder isn't going to work, and now it's paying off for them. They're going to get 3 down onto Sonder, and that's going to be the first checkpoint going to Fortune, as they're going to just continue rolling the tower and try and make an attempt at the oh-so-difficult second checkpoint on this map.
Yeah, different pace from what we have seen. Look how bunched up members of Sonder are right now, just trying to avoid this inkjet. They're like, it's like ants, or not ants, but like whenever, I'm trying to think, when you turn on a light and all the little animals scurry away. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Like moths to a lamp.
Yes, basically. Everyone just kind of runs away in that position. But yeah, getting to 57, and you're right, it's that second checkpoint that makes it so difficult, and that's exactly where Fortune had to back off. Look at this, Apple getting 2 nice picks. 2 players going to go down on the side of Sonder, and they're going to be trying to push up once again and continue this push.
Yeah, the tower is going to continue moving on now without that first check in the way. Sonder's going to have to get out of their spawn very quickly. Half has a crab tank, but they're kind of on the low ground here, so you might want to be a little bit careful. They're not actually going to pop it. The missiles come out, but I think the check may still go to Fortune here. They are able to take it. The crab tank manages to survive. One member goes down onto Fortune. Ichiro on the Booyah Bomb, not able to get it off in time. The tower rolls forward just a bit, and oh my goodness, Fortune just keeps getting back in. They jump in. The tower's going to continue moving. Fortune, Apple with the 52 gals going to defend their teammates. Jump with a wall, not able to keep them alive, unfortunately. But that's a huge push to start the game with, and they're looking significantly more alive than they did in the previous set, and they have a very strong start here.
They do, and then like the map control that they've been able to contain and hold. We haven't seen any flanks on the side of Sonder. I don't think they've had any opportunity to, especially with how far some of these players are pushed up. We can see here, it looks like that's going to be Apple who's going to be pushing up towards that crab, and Bingo using the Inkjet. Half is going to be on the tower. It looks like Scrub was going to try and contest. 2 players are now going to go down on the side of Fortune, as it looks like this could be Sonder's first opportunity to really get anything rolling, as they have 2 specials online, getting a little bit more control of mid. But this is definitely going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, it certainly is, but if there's a map that would happen on it, maybe this one. 12 is about the same as like 30 on this map, it feels like. It's if you don't knock out, it feels the same. So Henlo getting a nice pick on mid, but Sonder still at a player disadvantage. Michira doing a good job slowing Sonder down, but now 2 members onto Fortune fall. But still, with the first checkpoint in the way, this crab tank is going to be quite a nuisance. Sonder's not going to be able to get the check just yet, as multiple members are going to stuff out Sonder. And yeah, managed to stop the Rainmaker, or the tower, just at that first checkpoint.
And yeah, just slowly pushing up, but of course we mentioned this isn't something that Sonder had really been put in this position in any of their other matches so far, as a few of their players are going to go down once again. So Fortune just really turning up the heat from what we had seen in a few of the previous games too, getting some of these picks too. And I think it's, it's about taking the objective, and then what do you do next? You push up. You have so much paint up on their plat that there's really nowhere for you to go if you are Sonder. And with that, Fortune is going to tie this setup 2-2 as we go to a game 5 in Grand Finals. And if Fortune can be fortunate enough to win that one, we will have a bracket reset. So, still at match point, but a very, very important match point for both of these teams.
Yeah, certainly is. Fortune looking very strong. We've seen a couple games where they're able to get off to an early start and either hold it or, lose it towards the end. So it's kind of going to come down to that, as we do end up going to that Rainmaker game, Scorched Gorge, which I didn't expect us to. So Sonder's going to need to keep their eyes out, or else Half is going to sneak by with that Rainmaker again. They're not going to leave it open, I hope. So there aren't too many places you're going to be able to sneak past with that Rain this time. But what are you anticipating going into this final game?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, and to kind of catch everybody up to speed, with Sonder winning Game 1 Rainmaker, we saw Half from Fortune make an incredible break for it, just seemingly sneak past members of Sonder, but then unfortunately for them had a DC on their team, where Sonder was able to take advantage of that in a permanent 3v4 situation to get the win. I can't really imagine they're going to run any drastically different weapons from when they ran this on Game 1, but I'm all about surprises. Obviously did not expect the Anarchy in the Splat Zones game. I would love to see that again, but is this the right time to see it? I don't think it is, but again, I'm all about the surprises. Hi, we're back. Sorry, Mr. Streamer deafened us on accident. But yes, as we were mentioning, as we were mentioning too, kind of the same comps that we had before from both of these teams, and really not much of a push that we had seen yet on either team at this point. But Half is really trying their best to push forward here, but in such a tricky position that you just have to find any opportunity to get up a wall. But you have guns ablazing, all shots being thrown towards you, and I don't know. Yeah, that's just such a hard point to get out of.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Multiple members down onto Sonder. They didn't. Fortune did not manage to find anything. Now Sonder has that Rainmaker gunning for that checkpoint, running for it early, not able to find it just yet, getting taken out on the ramp itself. And now the Rainmaker is gonna get grabbed by Fortune here. Half on that Rainmaker, trying to clear out that right side, not able to move up just yet. Now this Crab Tank's giving them a bit of trouble here. If Half gets taken out here, this could be a little bit of a sticky situation. They do manage to survive though, so gonna start from scratch here in the middle of the map. Fortune looking to move in over on that right side, but no specials online.
A very cautious game from Sonder, which I think this is how they need to approach it. You know, you have a very slight lead at this point, and that's fine, but you know what you were capable of doing in some of your other games, where anytime they're on defense, we can see how just like how pushed back they are, how patient they are with some of these pushes. And now trying to get to this checkpoint, Henlo is trying to find an opportunity to break in. Booyah Bomb's going to be coming out. 4v4 still. Can they get by this wall? No, they can't. So once again, pushing right up to this checkpoint. Sonder going to be getting so close, but this time it looks like Fortune able to push them off a little bit better and regain some control of mid.
Yeah, at this point, excuse me, it's a tie ball game here as long as neither team has that checkpoint, but the pressure still just keeps coming on from Sonder. Be careful. Someone's going to run through and try and grab that Rainmaker if you're not careful. Bingo has eyes on it, though. Able to stop, get one pick. Not able to find the second one, though, as Henlo manages to find one, and Sonder's going to hang on to a lot of control in mid. Half on that Crab Tank is going to slow down Sonder, but the pressure has just been relentless coming out of Sonder. They've kept Fortune pinned to this right side of the map consistently, and now the pressure over on the top right is going to let the Rainmaker finally come into that checkpoint, and a Crab is going to give Sonder a bigger lead here.
Yeah, Toast did such a good job just being patient too, of knowing when to really push up on the podium and knowing that I don't want to get splatted here. Ooh, that's going to be the Rainmaker Berry Pop, which is going to splat a few people there too. Toast going to be picking it up once again, making a run for it, getting all the way to 36. We still see some soda left there on the side for Sonder, but just one player alive. It's going to be Henlo, who's not in a position to really contest the Rainmaker right now, but maybe contesting some of these jumps and some of these players. They are going to be going down, so getting all the way to 36, a pretty good push at this point, but I think what's more important is how much time is left on the clock, Fusion.
Yeah, 1 minute left on that clock. That's not a lot of time for Fortune to make a move, and especially since they're 2 members down and have yet to really get that Rainmaker past mid. So all the specials are having to be spent on defense, just trying to get out of their spawn. The pressure has just been continuously coming out from Sonder. Now they're backing off, realizing they don't need to stop at the checkpoint anymore. They just need to stop, they just need to kill Fortune's push for good. And that's kind of seems to be what they're aiming for, as we see Birch on that right side getting one pick. The Inkjet comes out, not able to stop the Booyah Bomb, able to find one pick though. There's only 2 members of Fortune left, but that's going to be a 2v2 situation by the checkpoint here with the game on the line.
It is so hard to push up if you're Bingo, because you have an Inkjet, you have a Crab that's contesting you, and there's really no room to do that. And that's going to be a wipeout too, so this is, I can imagine, going to be the GG's do whatever you do on Scorch Gorge when you have the lead, which if you're Henlo, it's use your special and kind of just see what's in front of you, as there's going to be no opportunity for any members of Fortune to break in, and Sonder are going to be your Proving Grounds 14 champions.
Congrats to Sonder. Fortune put up a really good fight, taking them to game 5 here, but Sonder is going to clutch it out. It felt like suddenly that last game, they woke up. It felt like they were just consistently, like, even without specials, they were able to win fights against Fortune, and that game just kind of felt like the first game of the previous, of like their last set, and it's Sonder getting the win here is great for them because, they're just a consistent player here, and finding their stride after a new patch can be very difficult. So props to them and Fortune as well for making it this far.
Yeah, Fortune, they were so close to forcing a bracket reset. Game 5 just didn't really go in their favor, but I always think it's a positive. You face a team in the grands or in winners finals, you lose 3-1, you come back in grands, you lose 3-2. There's improvement and there's learning from that. And Fortune did such a fantastic job.
3-2 with a big lead lost from a DC there. So Fortune has a lot to be proud of and come back next week or 2 weeks from now a little bit stronger.
Indeed. And that's going to be it for us tonight here on Proving Grounds 14. Thank you all very much for watching today. We appreciate it. Proving Grounds happens every other week on Fridays, every other weekend. So if this is a tournament you think you want to play in, if you are competitive in Splatoon, love to have you. There are a ton of other tournaments that happen on IPL, including SAC that is going to be happening tomorrow. Elemental, we miss you too. We'll have you come back. But hey, shout outs to, I think this is their first time ever casting a tournament. I could be wrong, but this was all Pop Gun, whether you want to give him credit or not for everything that we've seen. He did a good job. If he wasn't here, this tournament wouldn't be broadcasted, so we appreciate it. But yeah, so that's gonna be it for us. But yeah, Fusion, where can we find you?
You can find me at 8-Bit Fusion on Twitter. It's been a pleasure casting with you, Falco. How about you?
Yeah, you can find me Falco Flyer on Twitch, Falco Flyer 11 on Twitter. Tomorrow, you guys will all be here watching SAC. I'll be commentating Little Squid League over on, I think it's LSL Splatted. I know they changed their Twitch handle sometime. But yeah, you can check me out there. And yeah, that's it.
Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed the tournament and come back 2 weeks from now for some more Proving Grounds.